Hi, future Grimith here. This playlist consists of 3 broadcasts attempting a single run of Rogue State Revolution, a blind playthrough with all the pitfalls that entails. I wanted to preserve my thoughts on the game, for better and definitely for worse. Be warned that the game doesn't give me a hey you're done run over flag at series end, but this run is definitely over. That you'll see why if you watch it through. Perhaps Rogue State Revolution is the right game for you, but it was not for me. All right, let's get on with it. Welcome back, everyone, to Let's Get On With It Live here at twitch.tv/Grimith. Tonight, I welcome you back to Basenji, the greatest of countries, with Rogue State Revolution. Rogue State Revolution, for the store page, a completely new and reimagined Rogue State. Get ready for a highly challenging roguelike geopolitical thriller designed for both longtime fans and new arrivals. I am quite familiar with the original game. I did a local recording of it. I broadcasted it quite a bit. I 100% of the game. Saw everything there is to see. Some events were very recalcitrant. They did not wish to show themselves, but gave it enough time and it got done. This Rogue State Revolution came out in March 2021. I got a key chucked at me by a marketing firm. It happens. I was under no obligation. I ended up not playing the game. I wanted to wait for updates at the time. It's been... Let's see, the last update was October 2021, I think, so it's been a few years since the last update. Here we are. I chucked this game onto a viewer poll for my Discord server, and it's had some strong support since I put it on there, and it has finally come out on top. So we're going to be going through it. I will stress, I have not played this game before. I've seen it in bits and chunks, but just ended up not happening. I filed it away as something I would eventually record or broadcast, and with that in mind was like, nah. I have seen little snippets of gameplay, couldn't go through my entire life without catching anything. This will definitely be a first play experience with the latest version of the video game, to my knowledge. No further work is intended on this. I'm not certain whether Little Red Dog Games is doing anything right now. Though I know their marketing firm that they hired to take the potion certainly is. So yeah, there's that. I will also note that this game is brought to you by the Godot engine. It is running in the background, but you don't get to hear any of the sounds, and there's not a toggle for that in the settings. I will also note there's also not a toggle for customizing my resolution and saving it that way in the settings. I got a full screen on-off. But I had to drag this window out to my preferred resolution, and it will reset if I restart the game. I'm frankly surprised it didn't reset when I clicked on settings. That's some real growth there. I have left the game settings on their default. I've also left the audio settings on their default. I've turned on subtitles. I will note this text is small for me to read. Even though it is 1600 by 900 on my monitor, I may end up moving my monitor closer. My eyesight is not strong these days. But I will attempt to fight through, and we'll see where we go. We have some key bindings over there on the right side. I don't know how the rest of the music in the game is going to be volume-wise, but I am confident I will dominate it, whatever the case may be. Here on our screen, well, I can access my achievements, of which I'll have 0. We can access our cutscenes. There are full motion video cutscenes in this game. Because it, well, if you're familiar with the first game, there's some serious shit, but there's also plenty of lighthearted shit, too. We can also access our cabinet ministers. We're going to be able to take a look at these suckers later on, but I will note they all come with little bios, which are in wonderful font size, along with a perk, as well as a drawback. Tariq's here is fused together into one perk and drawback. Yes. I can read them aloud, and perhaps we will as we go further on, but let me tell you what. Gone are the days I can read a, font size 8? Well, you would have needed to hit me up half my damn life ago. Especially when the monitor is 3 to 4 feet away from my face. Alright, let's get started with a new game. How are you feeling today, Excellency? Okay. I don't think that came across as too loud. It's harder for me to keep an eye on my audio mixer. I'm a mono monitor kind of man. We have a teach me how to play, I see the connections, and explain cryptocurrency to me. Teach me how to play? Maybe you're new to roguelikes or just new to Rogue State. There's a lot to running a country and you would like assistance figuring out where things went wrong last time so you can dust yourself off and improvise. It's not easy mode, we promise. So that's an option too. I see the connections. You've experienced your inauguration day enough times that you don't want your morning briefing, you want revenge. Explain cryptocurrency to me. You're a min-maxing statistical tyrannosaur. You know the game's mechanics well and want to show off your genius by defeating this game on a brutal difficulty level. Teach us how to play. Okay, those sound effects come across as pretty loud to me. Compared to the music, that beeping was, I'm gonna need that to not happen anymore in my ears. We'll crank speech up to max. I want that to happen, and music seems fine where it is. Might even be able to get away with making that louder. But, I will wait on that as we get further into the game. Those sound effects, though, that was, that menu beeping. Okay, so we have some game options when we launch up. You can toggle your own, you can customize your own difficulty. You can also change the map seed. We'll see, JJ. We'll see. I don't know. Basenji has just undergone a civil war. A lot of crazy shit happening. Storyline, always play. Yes, we want our news updates as well as subtitles. We're to go for a gentle start. Limited administer selections, no free unlockable policies, strongly recommended for new players. Okay. We're going to have some advisor help. We have some no pandemics, electrophobia mode, spexophobia mode, and then some further toggles of the game difficulty from minister expectations to public expectations, the geography, foreign policy, the rebellion, density, economics, and insight. I could type in my own map seed. We'll leave it as it is. A proud day for Basenji. Shall we add your surname to the history books? Yes. Reaper. That's me, Mr. Reaper. President Reaper. 1932 to 2012, Basenji was ruled by the Salman family for 80 years with the support of the United States and other Western powers until the Basenji Revolution of 2012. Under the king, oh, we loaded too fast. That's it. That's the end. Well, that ended badly. Will this auto-scroll through, or do I need to click? We're gonna click. Somebody must have poisoned my tea. I bet it was that janitor. I see how he looks at me. Inauguration day. Again. Oh boy, we're trapped in like a groundhog Basenji presidential revolution. Effing controller finishing out his mapping of Uncharted Waters New Horizons for tonight. World-renowned speedrunner of Uncharted Waters. Effing controller. We're just getting cracking with Rogue State Revolution. Welcome in, welcome in. This time, I must do better. Look at the... Hello?
In Basenji today, there is a mood of jubilation as thousands crowd the streets in celebration. The first ever democratic election in the People's Republic of Basenji is a success. 5 years ago, the monarchy was replaced by a transitional government. And now, finally, after great struggle, democracy has come to Basenji. For the first time in their turbulent history, both Basenji and ethnic Karifi are voting for a government of their choice. 12 political parties campaigned, representing a wide political spectrum, with the largest, the Basenji Nationalist Party, sweeping the election with 72% of the vote.
Good morning, Your Excellency. My name is Sabriya. I have been assigned as your political strategist.
And I am Yusuf. I will be serving as your military attaché.
The first task before you is to appoint cabinet roles for representatives from across our great nation.
These are critical positions. Once appointed, cabinet members are constitutionally protected. They cannot be removed from office.
Indeed, you will be stuck with these ministers, for better or worse. I would advise you listen to their needs.
And I say look for loyalty. There will be hard days ahead. We will need a cabinet that is on our side, no matter what.
I'm pretty sure Yusuf is the name.
Excellency, it's time for us to form the government responsible for building Basenji's glorious future.
I'm pretty sure Yusuf is the name of the advisor in the first game, and I've definitely shot him before multiple times. How is that speech volume? Did I crank that sucker up too high? I have a harder time looking at my audio mixers right now. Is that how are we feeling about that one? Before I go further. All right. Just double checking. After all, you folks are the ones who are listening, and you are vouching for any future viewers. Let's appoint the cabinet. Okay. We have very tiny font here, so God help us. All right. Let's go. So Yusuf rose rapidly through the ranks of the Basenji armed forces, earning many commendations despite seeing little combat during the Basenji Civil War. He is responsible for briefing you on military matters and passing your instructions along to Basenji's generals. Whereas Sabriya received a master's degree in political admin from Oxford University and worked for your former election campaign manager before his retirement. Persuasive and manipulative, gossip is her trade, and she can get the kind of information you can't find anywhere else. Okay. As a pro tip for how I operate at this point in my life, the letters are not crisp for me. I have just been reading English for so long that I translate some blur into what letters actually represent. Potential ministers. Not all ministers are appropriate for all ministries. So, we have two blurbs here. We'll get started from left to right. Let's read through all of our ministers. And we've got some suggested departments for them. Not all ministers are appropriate for all ministries. Aziz El-Kamali is an interesting man. He lost his wife in the first revolution and swore to build a better Basenji for his two daughters. He's quite frugal, with a good track record of fiscal responsibility. You can probably count on him to run a tight ship wherever you decide to place him. So he lowers construction costs for buildings related to his ministry. Ignoring the rumors that he's connected to organized crime syndicates, I'll say he's a cunning manipulator. Be careful what position you award him, because the second you take your eyes off him, he'll change the script if he believes it benefits his own ambitions. He may alter policies in his ministry randomly, without your consent. And as our advisors noted in the FMV, these folks are constitutionally protected when they're appointed to office, and I cannot remove them. Perhaps I can somehow, some way over the course of gameplay, but doesn't seem like to be a base quality I get to have. Then we have Noor Al-Hadi, a champion of the people. She has worked exceptionally hard for both you and her constituents. I would say she has a pious disposition, demonstrating virtue and selflessness throughout her political career. No matter where you place her, she will be grateful for the opportunity to serve our admin. Pious minister will start with 3 favor points, okay, which we can exchange for goods and services. Yeah, fucking with your shit at random isn't that great. Chaos. Maybe. Though it says he may. he might not do shit. Roar! Pious, perhaps, but she has a reputation for burning bridges with people she thinks are beneath her. Oh, I can relate. Rest assured, no matter where you put her, that tactless disposition that makes her so popular with her constituents will keep her from accomplishing anything with the rest of our cabinet. The loyalty of all other ministers will drop by 1% every 5 months. She pisses everyone else off. Slowly, but she pisses off everyone else. Okay. Then we have Nadir Adad. With respect, serving under this general was the greatest honor of my career. An inspiring hero of both the Basenji Revolution and our Civil War, he is possibly the one person our nation's conservatives and liberals can agree on. He is inspiring. Civilian units specific to his department get a free upgrade. Yes, he carries with him a lot of the baggage of our violent history, but what's more concerning to me at the moment is that he is getting quite old and is reportedly in poor health. We may find ourselves needing to replace him with a less desirable candidate in the future if the worst does happen. So he could die at any moment, or he may not die for the entire run. His negative quality is that he might fucking die, so I have to replace him with someone shittier? Sign me the fuck up, dude. Minute. If the worst thing my people have to say about you is that you might fucking die during the run, I like this general, this former general. Hell yeah, this. Okay. The symbols, I think they fit with what ministries they might be good at. We don't have all the ministries open to us seeing. Then again, I'm not seeing these symbols up here. So I don't actually have an answer for you. We haven't been taught that by the video game yet. Well, we have the traits listed at the bottom, like this guy is liberal and secular. Oh. Shrug. You'll figure it out, chat room. You gotta keep an eye on things. I gotta read this tiny-ass font. Okay, yes. Conservative, religious. We see the symbols, these symbols here match up here. Whereas liberal, secular, we're seeing, and then conservative, secular, we see they share the same symbol, but they have different things there. So liberal, conservative, religious, secular, and then they've got animal flavors on them. And they all have different animal no, they're not all different. Godspeed, chat room. All right. Adnan Bilal, or Bilal. One of these young guys that struck it rich building an app or something and fancies himself a politician now. I'll give him this. He's very resourceful, yes. Middle Eastern Benstein. Bringing fresh ideas to a lot of old problems. The downside is a lot of those ideas involve building apps as well. Resourceful. Extra event options are made available for events specific to that ministry. Ugh, have you ever actually spoken to him, though? He's a moron. You don't want to put a camera and microphone in front of this guy, or you don't know what kind of crazy stuff is going to come out of his mouth. Moron. The unlock rate for new policy is significantly slower, and this game is saying, if there's going to be a ministry, he goes and put him in the fucking Ministry of Defense. Again, we don't see all of our ministries. We're here in baby tutorial for baby mode here at the start. So, okay. A resourceful moron. Then we have Kareem Suleiman, the Magnificent. Suleiman comes from old money, the eldest son of a property baron. He's more likely to be seen at a nightclub than in his office. In spite of it all, he's wildly popular with the people, and his personal politics are relatively uncontroversial. He has increased approval from the public in his home province. Suleiman is an insufferable social influencer whose political leanings amount to vapid platitudes and glamour shots. He's used to being the center of attention wherever he goes, and that has made him quite selfish. Ignoring his requests has a greater impact on his loyalty to you. Okay, I'm familiar with that. he takes it hard if you don't side with him in, like, ministerial disagreements. We have Medea Nazir. She's a successful human rights lawyer, an acclaimed university lecturer, a philanthropist, and a well-published expert on Basenji's political history. There are a lot of appointments that would fit her portfolio. Her ministry operates with zero cost. Yes, a lot of appointments that would fit her portfolio, but currently we only see one. Not so fast, Yusuf. Not so fast. The water cooler talk is Nazir is a functioning addict hooked on painkillers. This might prove a problem for our administration. Addict. The minister will vanish for a few turns, occasionally. No request can be fulfilled for that minister while absent. Approval in the minister's home province will steadily drop while absent. I'm gonna have to give that one a hard no. That seems terrible. Functioning addict? Not in my cabinet. That's absolutely not. And Tariq Badour was an executive aide during the years of transition from a monarchy to a democracy. In that time, he bore witness to the many questionable decisions made by the previous leadership. This has made him something of a maverick, getting the job done his own way. Siphons small quantities from the treasury every month, but upgrades from his department will only cost favors, never cash. Regardless of what position you decide to appoint him to, giving any cabinet position to an ethnic Karifi sends a strong message to the people that this is a time of unity, not division. So, his positive and negative are rolled into one there with Maverick, but it's also noted that he's an ethnic Karifi, and I don't know what impact that might end up playing during events. So yeah, he drains cash, but if we upgrade his department, we only have to spend favors, never cash. So these are our 7 ministers. We have to appoint our cabinet here. And I think I know who I want here. These folks, I'm not so interested in right now, but these 4, I'm good with. I mean, cunning, I can't say I'm strongly good with. All right, so this resourceful moron is going to be our Minister of Defense. He's responsible for the armed forces and intelligence agencies. The unlock rate for new policies is significantly slower, but extra event options are made available, and that could be useful for our military. That's right, our defense apps. Fucking look at them, man. Ugh. That's gonna put the old general who could die at any time as our Minister of Natural Resources. Civilian units specific to his department get a free upgrade, and that sounds like it could be valuable in like prospecting or looking for resources, like exploitable resources that we can trade to other nations. That could help get our economy back on track after a civil war. Responsible for policies pertaining to energy and natural resources, so I'm going to go with that. It leaves me thinking about you two. Nur al-Hadi is going to be our Minister of Development, responsible for transportation, health, education, and networks. A bunch of favor points that I guess I will leverage for other things. And tactless, I guess I'm just going to have to fucking deal with, you know? Those favors, it seems like I might be able to spend those out and extract other value from them. So we're going to go with that. Which is going to leave you, this frugal guy, construction costs lowered for buildings related to his ministry. As my Minister of Finance, he may alter policies in the Ministry of Finance randomly without my consent. He's the one I'm like least. I'm most like. I'm most like, ah, you know, I like, ah, ah. I think if I won him, I wouldn't think I'd have him be, like, Minister of Finance. Maybe the Minister of Development. We might have to do a lot of developing in this country. I don't know how much I'm gonna be getting, like, a value in the Ministry of Finance. And if he, like, randomly alters development policies, God help us. Which means, you know what? We can have the Finance Minister have some extra favor points. Focus on our money. That's right. Not fitting for the Ministry of Finance. So let's not look at Nur al-Hadi, and let's look at these two, then. This only lined up these four, because I was thinking initially with this position. Let's put Nur al-Hadi off to the side for now, and look at you kids. My face twitches at the prospect of putting someone who steals money from the Treasury into the Ministry of Finance. Like... It's either that or Suleiman. Ignoring his request has a greater impact on his loyalty to you. Maybe his requests will be something that we want to do. He's responsible for taxation of the regulation of my people's financial behavior. Yeah, maybe that'll be something we want to do in life. Absolutely. So I've got this frugal, cunning guy as my Minister of Development, hoping to save money and improving my country. I've got this former general, now my Minister of Natural Resources, hopefully to, like, jumpstart my nation's economy. I've got this resourceful moron as my Minister of Defense. I definitely trust him to handle the all the org charts and the bureaucracy and the paperwork. I've got this popular but selfish bastard as my Minister of Finance just because I can't put an embezzler as my Minister of Finance. It's just... I just don't have it in me. We have a mix of secular as well as liberal and conservative folks in my ministry.
Very good. Know that every 12 months you may appoint a new cabinet minister for an unstaffed ministry, should you choose to do so. More ministers mean more opportunities to do great things. And more people to keep happy.
Okay, every year I will be asked to fill another cabinet position. I presume there's another 3 cabinet positions for the 3 ministers that were left behind.
Excellency, while you get settled in your new office, I have scheduled your agenda for the next few weeks. Are you interested in hearing it?
We can end the tutorial. I could click on a scroll with a quill. Tell me more.
Most actions, aside from giving orders to units, cost a single action point. The number of action points available is equal to the number of ministers in our cabinet. Think of this as political capital to get things done.
All right, the more action points we get in a turn, the more ministers we have, the more AP we get. Okay.
I've learned that our national power plant has not received a fuel shipment in weeks.
That seems problematic.
The connecting roads were made unusable during the Civil War.
That... understandable.
By constructing a new road, oil will automatically be transported from the refinery to the power plant, and electricity can be restored to Basenji. Build roads by click-dragging a line between 2 buildings. Ensure both the power plant and the oil refinery are connected to the same road network.
Okay. Our objective is to connect the oil refinery with the power plant. I understand. Could probably do that. It's showing a different map than what we see because, of course, as a game that is intended for you to do multiple runs of, you can't guarantee exactly what you're going to see on your seed. Also looking at other things here. Let's build some fucking roads. Newsfeed, need you out of here. Objectives, little explanation video. Okay, so we can zoom in. I can do a spin-a-rooney. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Take action sounds like it takes an entire sort of action, maybe, possibly, potentially. Maybe you can build as many roads as you want during a turn? I couldn't say. How make connect? Okay. That's how make connect.
Building roads costs 1 action point per month and treasury funds. Note that it is possible to both upgrade and bulldoze roads. Click on any road segment, including the one you just built, and select Upgrade in the road menu.
Yeah, the dirt path is difficult to see. Click on any road segment, including the one you just built, and select Upgrade in the road menu. Upgrade road. Upgraded roads can facilitate more traffic without congestion, which helps reduce pollution in your provinces. And... So I can upgrade the T intersection, or I can upgrade the road from the oil plant to the T intersection. Let's upgrade the T intersection.
Manipulating the camera should be straightforward. In addition to moving the cursor, you can use the WASD keys to pan the map or click and hold the middle mouse button. The mouse wheel is used to zoom in and out. Zooming out of the map will help you see the big picture of Basenji.
Okay. Tell me more.
You can also rotate the map by clicking the rotation buttons, or by pressing Q or E.
Uh-huh.
Finally, these buttons will immediately pan the camera to buildings of specific importance. Resource producers, power plants, and buildings that allow units to be recruited. That sort of thing.
Alright, so we can focus on the palace. That's our palace. There is this is the minimum zoom. Understood. We can cycle through our one refinery. And our one power plant.
After the Civil War, the United Nations established aid camps to distribute food rations to our people.
Okay.
We must start to produce our own food and not rely on the UN. Constructing agricultural fields allows us to produce our own food for our people and have a new source of revenue to grow our treasury.
Okay, I see that I am down an action point.
Agricultural fields can only be placed on green terrain. From the right sidebar, click Construction. From there, choose the agricultural field. We will need to ensure that there is a working population available wherever we place them.
Okay. Where there's green, huh? And possibly a road would help? And then some population? Let's build an agricultural field. Land reserved for the cultivation of wheat, barley, lentils, fruits, and vegetables with space reserved for poultry farms must be built on grasslands. Rural opinion goes uppies. Alright. I'm looking at those symbols there, and I'm looking at the symbols on the right. God, the font size in this game is real rough. Alright. So, yeah, can roads go through these? It looks like you can have major roads on either side. Well, let's have a look at our settlements. I don't know which is the most populated, but I do know that we have limited locations of grass, and ostensibly we do want to make it so that folks can work in these positions. As we were informed. So we can build a farm here. Like Haima. Our palace is in Majimara. We can build this by the UN camp to be like, hey fuckers. Like, look, we're working on it, okay? We're working on it. we could utilize this new road that we just built. New road just dropped. This major section here. Why don't we build this just outside of Maradan? And then we'll follow along the road here. Maybe agricultural breadbasket, something or another. Yeah, this is close enough. You can get jobs. Just walk outside. Fucking poultry everywhere. That's how that works. Farm. Bam.
Over time, Basenji cities will demand more than just food to stay content.
What?
Urban citizens who purchase these goods from our state-run producers put money back into our treasury.
Okay. Okay, there's a little flow chart here. Food production, corruption, goods sold, expenses, total earnings. Certify organic, I think that says. Requires 15 credit food space bucks and 1 loyalty, perhaps, from the Minister of Natural Resources. Reduces pollution generated at the site. Conduct special inspection. We can turn it on or off. We can delete it. That's, this building increases pollution in this province. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. We've got power generation thanks to me connecting up those two things. Got some intel. The Basenji Liberation Front maintains training camps in the deep desert. Yes, yes, yes. Our economic health. Next month you are anticipated to break even. Okay. And then the various symbols that we saw on the ministers line up with this provincial overview here. Banifa is the home province of the nation's capital, Majimara. And then we have Sabah. We have Karik. We have Karif. And then we have Rumai. And they each have their own stats, their own, approval of me, their own number of workers. We have a Basenjipedia, general tips on how to spend your action points.
As food supply increases, you can dismantle a UN camp. I would suggest doing this only once every few months, because removing UN aid workers will come with a severe penalty to our diplomatic influence.
Okay. We can tell the UN to pack it up and move on. And that's a severe penalty to our diplomatic influence. We're like, we got this covered, you can go feed people elsewhere. And the government, the global community is like, how dare you? I'm like, what? UN camps are here to help but yield no revenue for our nation. All right.
For now, though, I think we can weather it. Click on a UN camp and dismantle it now.
Well, you heard the lady. We'll lower your diplomatic influence for approximately 7 months. Game's like, are you sure? Yes.
We could spend funds and an action point to build a second agricultural field to support the anticipated growth in our city's demands next month.
Or?
Alternatively, we could address the health crisis currently facing the province of Sabah. Constructing a regional hospital adjacent to a city somewhere in this province would provide immediate care for those wounded during the Basenji Civil War.
That doesn't sound like making me more money and getting this economy back on track. But I'm willing to play your game.
The choice is yours. Future-proof your economy and construct another agricultural field, or build a regional hospital adjacent to a city somewhere in the province of Sabah to care for our wounded.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Construction. We'll try out this hospital. A modern hospital with highly trained medical professionals capable of addressing a wide variety of health issues must be built on flat terrain next to a town, only 1 per town permitted. Okay, now that I know that, I don't think I will build future farms adjacent to cities. Since we may have buildings demand they must be adjacent to cities. Alright, I've learned that. We're getting that hot tech. So, we can either build it next to Haima, or we can build it next to Faya. Faya! Let's build it here. This ostensibly is closer to the rest of, our country as well. They'll just have to travel here. This is right on a beautiful T intersection. Bam. There you go. There's your hospital.
Well done, Excellency. Thank you for putting your faith in me. You may have noticed that buildings consume both workers and power. Getting more power is a question of building more power plants. Getting more workers, however, is a much bigger problem.
All right.
For now, it is prudent to spread your buildings out between your provinces, so you don't end up with a worker shortage.
You can see there how many workers we have available to us in each province.
Excellency, Sabria, apologies for the interruption. Our military is in a state of disrepair, and I must insist we address that sooner rather than later. Construct a military base, Excellency. This will be where all our military units are produced.
Where are my hotels? I gotta build hotels. I gotta start attracting super fucking wealthy people to come and give me loads of money so I can fund all the great things we're gonna do for Basenji. I have played many Tropico games in my lifetime, and I gotta lure in that cash. And with their money, we will rebuild this country. All right, fine. Let's build a military base. Only 2 permitted in the nation, must be built on flat terrain. All right. Consume some power, consume some workers. What has the most workers available to me? I don't... Man, that's awkward if I'm gonna fucking put the military base here with the... where the fucking ethnic minority of Karifi are. I don't know if I'm ready to tell that story. Okay. That sounds like something I did, Emanovi. I don't think I can do it, man. I think we're gonna have to build it over here. We have... Looking around this map, I mean, you know, there's things going around. We'll build it over here. There's only one city here, but this also is where our power plant is. This is pretty close to where our oil well is. There is only the one city here. And we can keep an eye on this UN camp. Are there any Oh, of course there are. It's close to our capital, which has positive and negative effects, right? Yes, it's close to the capital. Good. Oh no, it's close to the capital. We'll put it here. Right here in Shadir, it uses their population. And keeps an eye on the UN camp, and it keeps an eye on my palace for me. I have a moron who's the Minister of Defense. It's fine. Excellency, we have used up all of our actions for this month. Let us reconvene next month. I understand. And the people rejoice. All right, let's keep following on with our tutorial time. Also worth noting that there's a land fertility value. Where did I build that? Okay. That's worth keeping track. You didn't tell me that not all grasslands are equal. Some are more equal than others. That is information I could have used. We'll remember that for the next run. Let's end the turn.
Good morning, Excellency.
What's up? Good morning. Looks at calendar.
Yusef, the local news is reporting something difficult to believe.
Okay.
An industrious shepherd appears to have hybridized a bunch of old cars to produce an armored bipedal tank.
It's a good thing I put the military base there. Unlicensed vehicle.
I may have made a big mistake.
Uh-huh.
Why would anyone do that?
Because it's awesome?
Hello? Can anyone hear me? I am stuck inside this armored bipedal tank and have lost systems control.
Although this is probably also a threat to our national security. Thankfully, we can use that military base to recruit some new troops and send them to disable it. We will need to train a military unit. All units have a role to play in combat, and it is for you to decide which unit to train. I would, however, suggest that you not train the SAM truck. It cannot attack ground-based units, including whatever that thing is.
All right, let's train. We got some infantry, affordable ground-based unit that is vulnerable until fully promoted. Mortar, ground-based unit that specializes in eliminating infantry from a distance. Armor, ground-based unit that specializes in eliminating infantry and anti-air vehicles, but is vulnerable to airborne units and some fucking airborne units. Eliminating infantry and tanks, but is vulnerable to anti-air vehicles. Well, we don't know the capabilities of that. We're gonna build some fucking armor.
Order our troops to disable the civilian bipedal tank by first clicking on the unit, then click dragging a line to the target.
Okay. Oh no, the UN camp's in the way. All right, we took care of it. HP, loyalty.
Outstanding. We have pulled the very frightened shepherd from the wreckage. Hopefully his insurance covers all the damage he caused.
Thank you. I spent so much of my time thinking about how to create a giant homemade walking tank out of old cars and recovered munitions. I never stopped to think if I should.
That fucking scientist, man.
Right. Well, Excellency, this seems as good a time as any to introduce your ministries. This is where you set all the policies specific to our nation. Click on the Ministry of Finance for now.
All right. They're all content with my leadership, as they should be.
Setting our tax policy to regressive will increase our tax base if our people's prosperity is low. Our nation's liberals will absolutely hate this move, but maybe we can win back their trust in other ways. Set our tax policy to regressive now.
Squints at advisor? Suleiman nods sagely. Yes, regressive tax. Good, Your Excellency. Looks back to advisor, squints again. All right. Wealthier citizens pay a lower proportion of their overall income as taxes to ensure the majority of the population pay for the majority of the services consumed. Earn more from taxes when average prosperity is low, less when average prosperity is high. Liberal approval. Currently on a proportional tax system. There's a progressive tax system which does that. Let's do it. Are you sure you want to alter this policy decision? It's part of the tutorial. We're going to let it happen.
Good. Let's check in now with the Ministry of Defense.
This fucking moron over here. It's okay. It's its negative trait, everyone. I can say that.
Over time, a minister will research new policies for our nation.
Yeah,
If
sure
we
he
keep them
will.
happy by fulfilling the requests they routinely bring to us, that research gets completed faster.
Uh-huh.
The minister is of the view that we might be able to learn something from this bizarre incident with the armored walking vehicle.
Think of the billboards we can install on this fucking thing. I'm gonna make an app for that.
You can choose which policy opportunities a minister is going to research by clicking on it. Choose a policy opportunity for the Minister of Defense to research now. You can even choose that silly bipedal walking tank if it means that much to you, but we'll probably need a lot of cash in a secret facility if you plan on going down that road.
I understand. Okay. So we can tell him to research something he's currently on deciding for himself. We have conscription. By adopting universal conscription, the people experience firsthand the responsibility that comes with citizenship, long-range air-to-surface missiles, chemical weapons. Activating this unlockable will result in extreme sanctions from the international community, anti-tank missiles, psychological warfare. Infantry units deliver extra damage against units that are supported by the US, Russia, or China. Forced relocation. Rate of civilian relocation to provinces with worker shortages is triple, but a random military unit loses loyalty for every turn the civilian is relocated under this policy. Veterans benefits. Random military units will increase their loyalty every turn. Ground-based laser. An array of high-energy lasers specifically designed to destroy meteors. Manchurian candidate brainwash everyday people to become sleeper assassins. Occasionally, citizens spontaneously turn into Tier 3 intelligence officers. Advanced centrifuges. Yeah. Deus Ex Machina. Unlock the bipedal tank at the clandestine site. Temporal displacement. Building on the secret research conducted during the era of the transitional government, elite Basenji scientists theorized we can construct a machine to take a snapshot in time and subsequently use an extraordinary amount of power to send a single human being back to that point. The rest of the world's physicists dismiss our theories as junk science, but surely the potential outweighs the costs. Perhaps experimentation with this technology is somehow responsible for your perpetual returns to your first inauguration day. Perhaps your condition is what will make this machine possible. You can only hypothesize. As a reminder, the first game included a time travel machine. Recon training, +1 sight range, CBRN task force response to a nuclear, chemical, or biological emergency in the cyber division, decreases the likelihood of catastrophic failure of all cyber warfare missions in the clandestine site. I like the idea of recon training. Veterans benefits, I'm also interested in, but that might not be until I get all this money rolling in that I want to get rolling in. Deus Ex Machina, I think that's going to wait. Get some recon training done. Good idea.
Ministers who are not given research priorities will create their own based on their personal interests. In fact, particularly belligerent ministers may do their own thing, regardless of what you say.
Okay.
We should suggest policy opportunities for the remaining 3 ministers to research now.
All right. Let's do that then. So, here in the Ministry of Finance, we got casinos. We have offshore banking. Reform your banks so they protect assets from lawsuits, ensure financial privacy, and shield money from the taxation of other countries. This will make Basenji an attractive destination for rich foreigners to hide their money. Looking up here at the remaining departments, we have Foreign Affairs, Justice, and Citizenship. I gotta somehow fit my other chuckle fucks into these departments. We'll see. Foreign Affairs, I am definitely interested in. Maybe the one minister I left behind could be Foreign Affairs. We'll see. Regulate cryptocurrency to reduce prosperity and corruption. Reduce prosperity? Yeah, okay. Tax credits. State investments. Super notes. Oh, yes. 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 Super notes. Good. Good, it's back. Yes. We'll just print more. We'll just print U.S. currency. Yes. He belongs there, Akazar. Tax faith organizations. Prohibit unions. Prohibiting unions, lowering corruption. Okay. Workers' compensation. Increasing corruption. People will find a way to rig the system. Legalize youth labor. Lowers my Basenji approval. Food truck permits. Sure. Repeal overtime laws. Employers are no longer required to provide overtime for people working more than 44 hours a week. Relax building codes. Whistleblower hotline. Buildings are 20% less likely to experience an increase in corruption in a given month. I'm kind of interested in that. Elder workers programs. Force citizens from the retirement pool to address extreme worker shortage. Okay, so when thinking about things, I'm kind of interested in offshore banking. That makes me some extra money. We can get some extra folks here. The international security goes down, corruption goes up, but we can whack that with the regulation of cryptocurrency. We'll just lose out on some international security. It's fine. It's fine. Definitely fine. Or I build a fucking casino. All right. All right. I'm also liking the look of Whistleblower Hotline. But it costs me money. And right now I'm looking for things that generate money without possibly sending my approval to hell at this time. Yeah. All right, give me some offshore banking. Man, that doesn't even begin to pay for a Whistleblower Hotline. But Supernotes would. Huh? Huh? All right. Ministry of Natural Resources. Let's have a look. Now, do you want to hear something disturbing? We could work on solar power, hydropower, wind power, infrastructural renewal, greater financial investments in the provincial conservation budget than previous limits. For research down here, deregulate fishing, remove quota restrictions from commercial fisheries, giving them permission to overfish. Climate leadership? I don't know if that's a thing I care about right now. I'm a level with you. The green economy. Resource producing building construction costs increase by 100%. All polluting buildings add 3 to their operating costs. Upgrading them requires no favors. Strip mine. Strip mine. Bauxite and uranium mine operating costs are half. Okay, we don't have any of those. Ecological impact surveys. We'll spend more time considering the impact of new construction on local ecosystems. That costs me money. Electronic waste recycling. What is relations with China? Okay. Vehicle inspections. Citizens must have their vehicle emissions inspected every 2 years. Lowers entertainment. You fuckers, how could you? Carbon market? Look, man, we're just recovering from a civil war. I don't know if I want to fucking open the reservoirs. Any rural Basenjis will face increased water scarcity. Give me vehicle inspections. And then Aziz El Kamali. Toll roads? The people will surely rejoice to learn that our beloved highways have been upgraded to include state-of-the-art toll booths so that their leisurely drives may be interrupted in the interests of national service. Look at how very, very friendly this cunning man looks. Remember, he can alter policies in his ministry randomly, without my consent. So, telecommunications and transportation, he can flip that sucker at a moment's notice. Yes, there is a lot of scrolling potential. You kids are fine. Let's have a look here. The bus fleet? A fleet of biofuel buses in every major city. Whisk pedestrians wherever they need to be, so long as they don't need to be there on time. Okay. Electric charging stations? Remove speed limits? We have to research the removal of speed limits. The freedom of a German highway combined with the skills of a Basenji driver. This cannot possibly fail. It ups entertainment. What could the downside possibly be, chat room? Tunnels. Permit self-driving cars. Deregulate taxis. Spaceport. Ooh. Internet surveillance. Privacy laws. Spectrum auction. Rural internet access. Needle exchanges. Drug addicts can get access to inexpensive needles in the interest of preventing diseases associated with sharing them. Okay. Nutrition program. Advanced technologies. Clean water initiative. Health beyond boundaries. Mandatory masks. Only useful during a pandemic. Religious education here. Secular education. Universities. Diplomatic school. Eco-research grants, private schools, and scholarships. Take care. I mean, I'm pretty tickled by the idea of just removing the speed limits. I mean, there could be no downsides. I think I'm going to go with Spectrum Auction. It's got to raise entertainment, a lower conservative approval. But make me some money I could potentially invest in other things that might raise conservative approval. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, but this, though, it's just the freest thing in the history of the world, right? Right. Right? Everyone has more fun, right? Nothing bad happens, right? Damn, I've talked myself into it. Fine. Remove speed limits.
Great.
Let's fucking go.
Research will be conducted faster when the minister has a great deal of respect for you. Unhappy ministers may not do any research at all.
Okay. That's worth keeping in mind. We may not be able to remove speed limits if the minister hates us.
Excellency, our economy is pretty stagnant right now, which will limit our opportunities to better this great
Building the hospital did
I
not
have
help.
a plan, however, that will give us a little extra boost. Let's review our national budget.
Okay, let's go.
Very good. I've got some more ideas on how we can increase our national treasury.
Okay, this is, You know, I'd feel so much better about this game. I really would. If these damn font sizes weren't as they are. Grimith, the font sizes would be bigger with a bigger window. And I'm like, yeah. But I also wouldn't think that a 1600 by 900 window would cause these kinds of problems. I think that's a pretty respectable resolution.
A lot of things outside of our control can affect Basenji's monthly revenue. City growth, immigration, the price of commodities, our transportation infrastructure. So what you're looking at is our minister's best estimates based on a snapshot of the country as it stands today.
Okay, so this budget review is it's a projection. But some, spanners can be thrown into the works and complicate situations. Unlike, say, like a SimCity budget. This is not perfectly reliable.
Lowering provincial expenses helps a little, but it will also take its toll on the general well-being of those provinces. But look at these ministry expenses. You may want to change some policies in the Ministry of Development later on.
The Ministry of Development. Okay.
Ongoing unit maintenance costs are something to keep a close eye on as well. It's better to use a few units well than grow a bloated military.
Because we have a Minister of Finance, we also have the option of taking out loans in the forms of bonds or an IBRD loan. The interest repayment terms for these are not kind, so I wouldn't suggest doing this unless we were in a real emergency.
Okay.
Inevitably, the best way for us to have nice things is to find resources and sell them.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Use those resources to craft more valuable goods. And
I wanted to
sell
go
them instead.
I want to go look for resources. Instead, I gotta do things like build a military base so I can shoot some fucking mech.
We may need to consider a few temporary provincial funding cuts until we get our economy jump-started. I'll leave it to you to decide where, but ultimately, I propose you cut just enough to establish a positive cash flow.
All right. Well, I would be interested in, Grimith is actually the most beautiful place, yeah? Is that the place where I build my future, tourism? Look at all that. Look at the population there. I mean, it would be great. Staff my hotels and my casinos and what have you. Bring in all these rich foreigners. Rural, liberal, and very religious. Well, We'll see. I guess if I'm gonna be lowering things, though, it will be some conservation there, and, subsidies someplace? We gotta get a positive cash flow here. That's what I'm talking about, man. Positive cash flow. I don't want to lower subsidies. I guess tourism and special events, we'll keep those in the capital, and we'll just lower them in this region and this region. There, I did it. We spend a turn to confirm this?
We should create a surveyor unit to scout for new resources.
Yes!
Resources will eventually make it possible for us to sell more complex products for our cities. But for now, we can export these raw materials to a neighbor if the demand exists.
Yes!
Click on the palace at Mijimura by either finding it on the map or clicking on the palace fast access button at the bottom of the screen. From there, train a surveyor.
Absolutely. Cost me an action point. Surveyors identify possible locations containing magnifying glasses and also containing valuable resources to exploit. A survey action is necessary to discover the confirm if a resource deposit can actually be found there. Noted.
Excellency, we have used up all our actions for this month. Let us reconvene next month.
All right, Surveyor, tell me about yourself. You start as a Tier 2 guy, and that's because we have this gentleman right here. Civilian units specific to his department get a free upgrade, and the Surveyor falls under natural resources. So he starts off being really super fucking swell. I can retrain him as a journalist or retrain him as a cleric. What? Sir, we need you for other tasks. That tickles the hell out of me. When prospecting after all resource deposits are surveyed, can potentially find a resource that otherwise does not already exist in Basenji. So that's what he can do at Tier 3. Okie dokie. And I can move him right now, I presume, and this is like the movement range. I want to move him off towards this resource near the capital. What other question marks we have floating around here? Okay. No road connection. I would love to have this. If only I could have whipped that out. And then this here, that explains what those exclamation marks are. Okay. Let's see if I can move him off to this resource. I can.
Very well.
Pick up your shit and go.
Excellency.
And then next turn, we will execute a surveying. Check if oil, bauxite, gold, or uranium is on a suspected deposit. It takes one of our action points to tell the surveyor to do that. What the fuck? All right. I end my turn.
Good morning, Excellency.
Morning. Happy new month.
Click on the surveyor you've just trained to reveal all the potential resources in Basenji. By exploring these sites, we can potentially uncover new resources for our economy. There is a possible resource deposit located on a tile not too far from his current location. Drag him to the nearest tile with a potential resource deposit. Note the black pin, and click Survey adjacent tiles from the Surveyor interface.
I understand. A deposit of oil, yes.
Another oil deposit?
Yes.
Well, this is helpful. Not all resource deposits pan out, so sending surveyors across Basenji to check them all will be necessary.
Yes. Oil. Black gold. Texas tea. This one's out here a ways. But then we could scurry over to... I say scurry very loosely. Maybe hit up this one. Or like these, and then bounce over here. These ones look like they're going to be the closest. They're also in the same region of the capital. All right.
Let's build a new refinery on that oil deposit. Select one from the construction menu.
I will. I'm busy right now. It's going to take you a few turns to get to. What about this one? Okay. All right. Get out there, get moving, man. We have many things to do. Many things to do. I would have loved to have started doing this from the very beginning. Curse you, tutorial. Oil refinery. Processes crude oil into more useful petroleum-based products. Must be built up upon a surveyed oil deposit. Don't you worry, we got that. We're gonna need a road to that.
Now our nation has 2 oil refineries. One is sending oil to our power plant. Perhaps we can sell the oil from this one to one of our neighbors. At least, while we don't have a demand for plastics yet in Basenji. Click on the diplomacy menu.
Diplomacy?
Relations with those other nations we share a border with can be tricky. If we can maintain a strong, positive relationship, we can mutually prosper from expanding trade. If they grow to hate us too much, we may find ourselves invaded.
Okay.
Our relationship will depend greatly on their interests, which are not immediately known to us. Spending intelligence on research is one way to better understand these interests.
We'd have to spend a lot of research that we do not have.
In addition to their relationship with us, these neighboring states also have their own internal stability to be concerned about. A collapsing neighbor means lots of refugees seeking asylum in our borders, in addition to other challenges to manage.
Okay. They all appear to be stable. For the moment, we have the best relationship with Kalshara there at the top. They are interested in oil.
Take notice as well of the 3 major powers interested in influencing the future of the
Not
region.
this run, Carmine.
The United States of America, the Russian Federation, and the People's Republic of China.
They may approach with trade deals. And then here's where we can read diplomatic influence, international security, rule of law, and climate change.
If any one of these powers sees us as a threat to their interests, we may find ourselves in a war we cannot possibly win. On the other hand, if we can eventually improve our relations to the point where an alliance is achieved, the others may leave us alone.
Okay.
Let's see if any of our neighbors happen to have an interest in Basenji crude oil. Once they're on the phone, select Negotiate Trade, then make an offer to export oil.
I understand. Greetings, Excellency. My name is President Adela Azi of the Republic of Kalshara. Congratulations on your recent election. The people have chosen wisely by making you to be their head of state. Our 2 nations have a proud history of mutual cooperation, so please don't hesitate to contact me for anything you might need. Okay. With its high literacy rate and traditional mercantile culture, Kalshara has traditionally been an important commercial hub for the region. Unfortunately, it has also often been the center of regional conflicts because of its borders and uniquely complex communal makeup. The country has been a refuge for the region's multi-ethnic, multi-religious minorities for centuries, and now seems to exist in a perpetual state of civil war. Kalshara's democratic governments remain fragile and increasingly at the mercy of the politics of their neighbors. Concerns have been raised that the drive toward further industrialization could pose a serious threat to the relatively pristine environment. Environmental activists have also objected to plans for a rare earth minerals processing plant nearby a coral reef. Okay. Negotiate trade? How about some oil? Apparently I don't need a road. It's only if I needed to connect like a power plant to this. Export oil? Don't forget to build a road connection. Okay. Anticipated, proposed, current spot price. This is our maximum trade quantity here, but we can go lower. Let's just say high. 19 monthly income sounds interesting to me. Costs a turn. We are pleased you are
Not
able to
bad
assist.
at all.
Bye.
We need to make sure there's a road connection between the oil refinery and the border checkpoint, or else our oil will never reach them and no money will be earned.
Goodbye. Okay. So we got some road building to do. We're going to have to connect to Kalshara, and we're also going to have to connect this to our road network. So let's do that with our final action. This is an ugly as fuck road. But, you know... If I want to make sure I can build one road that does everything... You'd think I already have the road network here, but I'm concerned if I let go that I won't be able to get this done this turn. I guess we'll find out. So try to build the road between these two spaces here. Yes, that is correct. If I wanted to get all of that done... No, I think I'm in build road mode still. I am! Okay, so long as I am building roads... It shows that I've committed the action, but that's okay.
Surveyors, facilities inspectors, and clerics can consume an action point to double their movement distance. Keep this in mind if you find yourself with extra action points.
Excellency, we have used up all our actions for this month. Let us reconvene next month.
Alright. What am I doing? What? I'm playing a video game. What specifically do you need to know? Like, I was looking to connect this oil refinery to a country I am exporting oil to. Okay, so the tutorial kicks me out of doing this, but I can put myself back into it by the looks of things. And I can see there that I no longer have an action point symbol on building roads. So yeah, once you build any amount of roads in a turn, you can build all roads in a turn. Cool. Well, there's gonna be other resources, ostensibly, so... I'm not sure where they're all gonna be, because these all could be busts, but if I try to build a road, I don't know, like a couple tiles north of here, we'll say there. Yup. Alright, cool. This just seems like a very economical way. Like, obviously you spend credits on this, but this is an action economy-driven game. So then we're looking somewhere for, like, that tile, perhaps? We'll say... there? Here I am possibly trying to preempt the tutorial. Maybe build one more down? One more road down from there? Yeah, like that. Then... I know there's this one here. There's this stuff here. Okay. Let's build this road. From here to here, we'll say? Then we can build a road from... This is annoying, by the way, to constantly cycle to the surveyor to see these potential sites and then go from there. I also do not want to upgrade road. Perhaps build this to this? I was hoping to run it a bit closer. Sure, you could do it like that. Why not? Is that actually connected? You know, whomst amongst us can really say when you think about it. There. Like that. That way this stuff is now connected to the road network too. My money! And then something out here. We'll say... draw it like this. Connect like that. We're just building roads. Roads! I mean, we are researching the removal of speed limits. Okay, and then I want to connect that. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is 100% fine. Okay. So a money investment just for these basic roads. I think this will pay off, though the tutorial may end up being like, hey. And we'll be like, hey. Okay, then we can connect our other country there. Cool. Anything else? We got road there, road there, road there, road there, road there, road there. All right. I lay down and end my turn. Suppose you have no orders assigned. Can I move you back to the base? No. I know I can't move units into bases. That's something that was patched out by the looks of things. We still have the wreckage of this laying here on the road, and we can't go through it. You can come back to here. Keep an eye on things. You know, you never know when... It's just there, though. This is not a border, but, you know... Maybe it is a border. I will finally end my turn. It's not like I have any other actions to adjust things there.
Good morning, Excellency.
Sup?
Excellency, Sabria. Apologies for the interruption. Again. Intelligence reports that a small contingent of rebels and dissidents calling themselves the Basenji Liberation Front are on the move toward what's left of that armored bipedal vehicle.
It's a good thing I stayed on this side.
The Basenji Liberation Front? They're a small union of various interest groups with the united goal of destabilizing our democracy and removing you from power. What could they want with a pile of metal junk in the deep desert?
Regardless, reports indicate they are armed and we must respond with force, Excellency. If the public feels we can't keep them safe, we may end up playing right into the insurgents' agenda.
Okay.
Our units start fiercely loyal to our regime, Excellency. Just be aware that the military is looking for you to make smart decisions.
Yeah, because the minister's a fucking moron.
Sending units on suicide missions, making poor choices, and making our nation into a laughingstock may result in our soldiers doubting your leadership and side with the enemy. Every unit can only attack once per month, and we're anticipating at least a couple targets. We may need to field more troops. Eliminate the BLF units before they are able to reach the wreckage.
Okay. Well, we'll try. We may end up training some more armor. You specialize. We only get one attack a turn, eh? Huh. I could see how them using those weapons would be a problem against us. Yep, only the one attack a turn. I can expedite to have the unit move twice a turn. Okay. Let's get an infantry unit out. Or a mortar unit. Mortar unit. You spawned there because why wouldn't you shit out there instead of, oh, I don't know, on the fucking road? No, it's fine. I'm definitely not bitter. No, it's fine. You can't even reach. It's so far away.
Understood.
Good, you can reach. It's not that far away. Fuck that guy. We could have eliminated more figures, but no, fuck that guy. The tutorial isn't popping up again, so I guess it's expecting me to resolve all of this right now.
Excellency. Very well.
For the laughs? Haha, not reach laugh? I could just spend my turn doing something else. I don't know what kind of reach these units have. I guess 4 there? It's not like there's any tooltips. There's like a visual sort of display. We got 2 here. Assailed. Attack bonuses are reduced. Okay. That still won't kill this unit either. I don't know, do they have to get adjacent to it to reach it and then Christmas is canceled? It's a fucking tutorial. Beats me. We have some actions to use. You're doing fine. I think I'll just keep you shimmying along. What do we maybe want to adjust in here? We got a minimum wage ongoing. That's probably fine. Got some national defense. Occupation army. How about our intelligence? Authorize use of torture. Defeating a rebel unit increases intel by 3. Rigid rule of law. Okay. Natural resources. We're consuming power. And we are exploiting the environment. And as for you, Mr. I can swap things whenever I want, Baka. I'm fine with nationalize health. We can keep the internet open. We're spending a bunch of money on prioritizing cars. That's where some of my money in your budget is going. I see, I see. This increases traffic congestion, but let's engage in some fiscal responsibility. Lower this entertainment. Until you decide to swap that back at a moment's notice. Be responsible. Okay. As for other things I can do, traffic capacity 7%. Alright, so we can click on roads and get a sense of what is congested. You can also see the traffic which travels along them. Example, there is, some, congestion a little bit right around this part. I think everything looks fine otherwise. Now, who knows what the tutorial will try and tell us? Maybe we'll build another farm. And we can build the other farm also in this region of our capital. We will control the foods. I'll keep an eye on trying to relocate agriculture. There we go, it's the top left corner. Given the tiny font. Alright. 95, 99 fertility there. So that's the way to go. Let's do that. Right there, please. And if this road is going to see some serious business, at least until you get to that intersection. Yeah, we'll upgrade that heading out of Marathon. Alright, I got one more action. I could use it to tell you to go real fast. But say you even reach that, you wouldn't be able to survey it. You'll be able to reach that next turn. What do I do with my one more action? Could call someone. Could change the budget again. I just change the budget. We fiddle fuck with the budget again. Now that I'm making this money, everyone can have some conservation, some education, some tourism and special events, some public safety. There we go. Everyone can have a little bit of everything. Hooray! Maybe we'll make even more money as we export other things in the future. Looks at development budget. Nods. Okay, that's the end of my turn.
Good morning, Excellency.
What's up?
Every unit can only attack once per month, and we're anticipating at least a couple targets. We may need to field more troops. Eliminate the BLF units before they are able to reach the wreckage.
Excellency.
Hey, dumbfuck, here's a reminder of what we want you to do.
Understood.
Excellency. 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 Excellency.
Thank you.
Great work, Excellency. It would be prudent to have forces spread throughout the nation to address whatever threats may come our way.
Okay.
Excellency, as important as our national defense is, I will show you how to stay in power by balancing the differing interests of liberals and conservatives, religious and secular citizens, even urban and rural populations.
Okay. We may have blown up the road and the mech. Bug? Intended?
Let's start by examining how we are doing, province by province. Click on Banifa in the right sidebar.
Okay.
The upper graph shows your current approval levels in Banifa by demographic over the past 10 months. If they get too displeased with you, the rebels will be emboldened.
Okay. So we'll have more rebels to deal with as approval levels fluctuate. This is not the most comfortable thing to read, but it exists.
The lower graph shows that province's ratings for prosperity, education, health, safety, the environment, and entertainment. Keeping these from getting too low in all 5 provinces is going to be crucial if you want the people to stay content.
Fucking UN camp.
In many provinces, our environmental ratings are falling. A few are getting particularly low. Let's talk about what we can do about that.
Okay.
Traffic congestion can restrict the flow of goods, and more importantly, drag down your regional environmental, entertainment, and prosperity ratings. Let's check the traffic lens to see if this is the case. Most of the roads are tinted green. It appears the traffic is not currently a bottleneck for us. If too many industries export goods on the same roads, you will eventually want to upgrade those roads by clicking on the road segment and pressing the Upgrade Roads button. So let's consider what else we can do to improve our environmental rating.
All right, so maybe don't build the industries on top of roads for future runs. Noted. Because I can't click on the road to upgrade it. And you can see now that we have this view that there are, it's like beautiful, beautiful, beautiful road. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful road. Okay. Future runs.
At the provincial level, you can increase funding to conservation, but this will increase your treasury expenses every turn. We could also construct a nature preserve or public gardens to improve your environmental rating, which have a larger one-time cost. At a nationwide level, we can make some policy changes. They might not cost us any money, but they will likely result in other trade-offs for consideration. In the Ministry of Natural Resources, we can ration power and sacrifice our entertainment rating in all provinces for our environment rating. We can also change our governing principles from an exploitation perspective to a stewardship perspective. There is no one way to accomplish anything. The choice is yours as to how you want to proceed. You are the glorious leader.
End of tutorial, I guess. The end. We did it. We conquered the tutorial. I guess that means we win. All right. Where the fuck is my road?
Excellency.
I guess, well, it's gonna be hard to get to the UN now. I'm sure it's just a graphical glitch and we definitely didn't blow it up. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Let's move the surveyor over here.
Excellency?
And have a look. Another deposit of oil. You'll love to see that. The road is going right through that sucker. Well, we live in this reality now. This is where I drew the roads. That's it. No take backsies. We'll do some more research here. I'll upgrade that and spend the money to do so. Because I want to build another oil refiner. But the hotels. Now I can build. Now I'm free to build hotels. Now I'm truly free and liberated to build hotels. Oh. Now. Yes, now. Where are my attractive places? Uh-huh. Huh. Well, doing anything with roads consumes an action point. Once I spend an action point to build roads, I can build as many roads as I want for a turn. But doing anything to build roads consumes an action point. I'm thinking here? Yeah. Like there? I built the military base there, though. That's really not going to help beauty. Damn, though. The one place I had that was super beautiful. Curse you, military? Okay, then. I think we're gonna locate this around here. Sure. Construction. Give me a hotel. Flat terrain next to a town. Gonna make me go all the way out there. Well, how does that look for the attractiveness lens? Okay. We can do that. It's not like I'm picking up the military base and moving it now. Construction. Hotel. Okay. Tier 1 state hotel. We have some land attractiveness. This game could do a better job of providing tooltips. Low rule of law rating. We're going to get 14 in revenue from this. Okay. As for there being a second hotel to build, because I might build a second one, and I may just end up shoving it in where we previously saw beauty. Oh, no. That really has to be adjacent. Like, that's not good enough. Okay, I could build it, like, over here. Yeah, and then I could make this area more beautiful. I like the notion of that. And I want to work on securing some funds. And from there, we can do some other things. Hotel Chadir. It's an even nicer place. All right. Now we can build some things to make these places more beautiful, like around them, I presume. A beach resort, public garden, some stadiums, some markets, a nature preserve. That's pretty pricey and heavily eats into my money. Stretch. Crack bones. Okay. Yep. The text is so small that I'm like just slowly processing through things. I want to make sure that I have a handle on all the structures that can be built. We go through this. Stadium. We built a stadium per province, huh? So a marketplace, propaganda facility, a FOB, a forward operating base. Some special governance buildings. Neat. All right, what's the cheapest of these? Looks like the public garden by far. Improves tourism for nearby hotels. This notes as a tourist destination. Public garden just mentions our people first and foremost. Okay. So it's possible that it doesn't do anything with tourism, that it just makes the area more prettyful, which attractiveness does end up influencing what the hotels bring in too. All right, beach resort. Yeah. This is the sea. That's not too far from the hotel. All right, let's get that built. This is my final action. Okay, and if I came over here, there's no beach resort I am plugging in anywhere, even remotely here. Let's not fucking pretend. But this one, we can plug this in. Ooh, look at how that looks. Lit up like that. I am anticipating getting between 24 and 44. Thanks to those constructions. Yeah, this increased the this hotel's monthly revenue by 2 to build this. We still have the workers to support it. Our nationwide approval is still rough. 522 people live in my country. Just 522. That's it. Wink. All right. So, military maneuvers is something that I have to handle directly. They only get 1 attack a turn. Their movement speed isn't great. Each one I build costs a credit in maintenance. If we take a look at the budget, I am currently paying 2. So I probably want to get some more out. Sprinkle them around. However, building each one also costs me an action point. So that's rough. All right, why don't we move this off this way? We can't drive through cities. And let's move this off this way, you know, to look over things. Maybe like over here? You'll figure out the movement. It's going to take you 10 turns to get over there. Military base. A bit better location. All right, how's traffic congestion on that road now? It's gorgeous. No problems there at all, boss. Our hospital there on that road. Okay. Got an eye on things. Tutorial helped teach some elements, and obviously spending time gaming around has also taught me other things. I didn't build anything here to work this oil, but I wanted to get some tourism up, and I have no regrets with that. And the turn.
Good morning, Excellency.
Sup?
There is no one way to accomplish anything. The choice is yours as to how you want to proceed. You are the glorious leader.
Are you going to keep saying that until I click in tutorial? What a design decision. What a design decision, I tell you. Station you like out here, maybe? And you already have that programmed movement in?
Excellency.
Yes. So hopefully you will choose to move at the end of my turn. Yes. Fun city. Town is attracted to tourists. Alright. New things for this turn. Surveyor. First off, that road did not heal. These wounds won't seem to heal. Understood, Your Honor. Now that I have a bunch of extra money coming in, I can have some flexibility. I'll want to try and build a nature preserve out here, I guess. To try and improve the value of this hotel. And I want to see its impacts, its effects. I guess I'll build it here. Box in the fucking hotel.
Good. It will take time to see the results of these improvements. So, as a longer-term goal, I would suggest you think about building more agricultural fields, a plastics factory, and a manufacturing plant with a view to getting processed food production online before your citizens start to demand it.
What? Where'd you come from? I thought we were done with the tutorial. What happened? Okay, sure. We skip ahead? Were you just reignited? Sure. Cool. Great. View to getting processed food production online before your citizens start to demand it. Okay.
Notice the resource production and demand icons in the right sidebar. These are the 5 products that cities may grow to demand over time. The left number under each product represents how much you are producing at present, minus any products consumed in order to produce other products. The right number represents how much of that good is demanded by our cities at this time. It's possible for us to produce more than what is demanded. When this happens, consider exporting the surplus to a friendly neighbor. This is how we make money. Tax dollars will not be enough. We need to start building production chains to manufacture processed foods, household goods, consumer electronics, and luxury goods. Sell them to our neighbors at first with trade agreements. Then, when urban citizens start to demand them here, we will sell to our own people as well.
This game legitimately demanding production chains. Reimagining of Rogue State? There is a lot more like zoom in here. A lot more nuance that you have to fiddle with as Your Excellency. This is not just hand-waved away. You have to handle the logistical placement of shit. Which, there are other video games that get into that. But we live here now.
Processed food should come first. Hold the mouse over the processed food icon. Processed food is going to require more farms, more oil refineries, a plastics factory, and a manufacturing plant. We will also need them all connected by roads.
Are you fucking kidding me? Is this... Have I gone into transport tycoon? I'm about to uninstall this game on the spot. If you start pushing me to build railroads, if I need to start signaling this shit, that's it. Everything's over. Okay. So, agricultural fields. Uh-huh. You'd feed that into manufacturing plants. Uh-huh. And that we take that and goes to the cities. But we also need oil refineries to take the oil into plastic factories to make plastic to also send with our raw food into manufacturing plants to get processed food. Our people are not demanding that yet. So we are getting 72 food from the UN aid camps, but I'm getting 16 food from agricultural. Tilt's head.
Thankfully, we already have extra oil that we're exporting. If you construct a plastics factory and a manufacturing plant and connect them to the road network, the oil will automatically be diverted to plastics production while you send our surveyor to seek out new deposits.
Where did you come from, tutorial? I thought we were done, and she's like, hey, bud, we're not done. Hold that thought. You did well. With what? With what you're doing, with, like, making money in hotels and shit. What money do you think I have to build these things? How expensive are they? Plastics factory. This factory doesn't just bottle soft drinks, it bottles dreams. Must be built next to a town. And then manufacturing plant. Here it is, the most miserable place in all of Basenji. Must be built next to a town. I disbelieve that introspective. We were already told how we could pursue the mech introspective and where it would take to, like, do more with that. Well, I suppose we don't care about travel time in this bizarre reality, so we're next to a road, we're not on a road. Here is our, refinery, I guess. This past the power plant seems important. There's also this oil over here, so, you know, it'll get its oil one way or the other. You can live here. This is your space. But, I don't have the money to do this game. I can't click on... Oh, no, I can ostensibly click on other things, though I make less money now that this plant is up. So that's a choice to build that before I have everything properly, like, set up. Okay. Everything is grayed out now in this world that we live in. No one just wants plastic on the nose. I can't build anything. So I guess I'm just going to click in turn a couple times to try and massage this tutorial. The alternative... Okay. I thought I would be able to leverage favors, but I don't have favors with anyone. That's the other lady I didn't bring on the team that would have me start with 3 favors. Okay. Yeah, I'd say the game... My experience with Rogue State Revolution has been I'm wanting to enjoy this. I'm really trying to immerse myself in, and some shit is getting in the way of that. It's not like I have a save or load thing. This is built as a roguelike. So, your runs are your runs are your runs. Unless you start over, or the run ends, and then you go back to it. Alright, well, anyway, I guess I'll spend a turn healing this road, I have no interest in building any other roads. Missing road connection to a manufacturing plant. I agree. I could take out money, like a bond. Borrow 200 from private lenders with a promise to repay it over 18 months at 17% interest. It's that, or in order for this to stop strobing at me, we wait a little bit. All right, let's experience debt. And we'll get this built, because I'm tired of looking at this gray filter. We've got our plastics factory. We need to build the manufacturing plant, which will build adjacent to a town. Okay, we'll just build it over... Whose employees I want to use? Not this one's, though they got consumed for the power plant, now the plastics factory. Probably should have just built this over here, then. The capital can handle this. It's also handling agriculture. That's on that side. It's fine. Put it there. What should this factory produce? I suppose processed food.
Fantastic. Any food or processed food purchased by our citizens or by other countries is money that goes straight into our pockets. Keep an eye on your production chains and aim to produce at least 80 a turn. Over time, you should be surveying more resources or importing what resources you need in order to produce household goods, consumer electronics, and luxury goods.
Okay.
As important as our economy is, you might also want to consider as a longer-term goal trying to grow our intelligence capabilities. Building an intelligence agency and training spies will help us find BLF camps hidden across our nation.
Okay.
And finally, keep an eye on your worker count.
Uh-huh.
The only way to get more workers in Basenji is to open the country up to more immigrants. And that's something we need to negotiate with our neighboring countries.
The only way to get more workers in this country is to have people immigrate to your country? I guess on the time scale I'm operating on, as the duly elected president after the transitional period, we don't turn youths into adults here to employ, huh? That's not... Okay.
Immigrants are valuable members of our society, but if our relations with their country of origin go poorly, you can expect their approval of our government to falter as well.
I note that there are certain emergency measures that can be used to relocate your population within Basenji in the event of a worker crisis, but they're ugly solutions. We can talk about them if it becomes necessary.
I think we've bombarded our glorious leader with enough information, Yusuf. Let's go. Good luck, Excellency.
Well, now the end tutorial button is gone. Instead, has been transferred over here. Get a refresher on objective details by clicking on them. You can learn more about how to complete objectives by clicking on that. Okay. Cool. Great. Wonderful. So let me see if I got this straight. I was told there are many different ways to accomplish things, Your Excellency. So here I am like, sweet, cool, hotels. Let's build them. Let's upgrade them. It's going to be a great monetary investment. My money is in such hell right now due to setting up this chain until I get the food sold, because no one's demanding this right now. And, then, tutorial came in, grayed out my filter, told me to do some other stuff, which, caused choices to happen. Now I am, paying 13 a turn, so we need to invest this money wisely, I guess. Sure. I'll think about that, I guess. Let's click intern. Cool. Basenji Society's reaction to last year's assault of women in Kaifal has been remarkable. This afternoon, tens of thousands of protesters have arrived at the palace demanding lasting changes for Basenji women. Okay, so I can guarantee dedicated city buses exclusively for women. Possibly we'll gain one public safety in Basenji. Establish female-only subsidized housing in every city. We possibly gain prosperity in Basenji, or take a position of promoting gender neutrality, possibly gaining conservative approval here. Female-only subsidized housing in every city. You show up to my palace? Hooray! All right, good event, everyone. Excellency, environmentalists in the province of Sabah are concerned about pollutants in the air, water, and even the local food. We should set a goal of raising the environmental rating there to 5 points. Minister loyalty may go up on success, may go down on a failure. That's right, ladies' districts, now official. It's not segregation. It was all painted in a positive light. You don't know anything, shut up. It's all labeled as good things. Alright, so Sabah wants an environmental thing of 5 as opposed to 3. And that'll be in our objectives. To improve our environmental quality. Okay. And then also we had this objective to produce 80 processed foods a turn or train an intelligence agent. And then the kids may pop up. We do not produce 80 processed foods a turn at this time. Okay, we produce 58. We produce 140 plastic, and we sell some of that. We sell most of that. Okay. So I guess I would build another manufacturing plant, or it could be food that's the issue. I suppose, if I were to take a guess, that raw food is the issue because people are eating plenty of raw food. Because that makes sense that they would do that. I don't see why they wouldn't. Okay. Well, we can work with this, he said, voice filled with confidence. Construction. Give me another agricultural field. Wait, before we do this, how's our fertility here? That's a 99, that looks great. Sprinkle out a farm. There. Yeah, it's a bridge over troubled water. There's another bridge over troubled water. Don't worry about it. It's very troubled. All right, so this farm is producing 55 food. I'm presuming because of the fertility here was amazing, because I was not taught about fertility. This one's only giving me a 30. Here's to that being another 55, and then maybe we could run another manufacturing plant, and then maybe get more processed food, and then maybe do something with the processed food. Diplomacy. Who's willing to buy my processed food? Kalshara is here. Tajikistan is not. Zarbal is willing to buy food, and that can be a way to improve my relations with this country. I will not be able to export much, but maybe I'm not looking to export much, you know? Maybe I'm not looking to export much. We're corrupt. Exactly. Let's call them. Hey. Greetings, Excellency. I wanted to introduce myself as King Najia Hassan of Republic of Zarbal. Congratulations on your recent election. I sincerely hope that your new regime will be a supportive member of the international community. Zarbal has been a critical hub between the Middle East and Asia for thousands of years thanks to its location on trading routes. The modern Kingdom of Zarbal was born in 1990 when fundamentalist East Zarbili tribes were incorporated by force into Western-funded Great Zarbal. Since unification, Zarbal has been plagued by civil war, separatism, terrorism, and 2 assassinations of heads of state. In spite of this, Zarbal continues to modernize and open to the world. Zarbal was hit by more serious political upheaval early in 2011 when protesters from former East Zarbal, inspired by the Arab Spring uprisings in Tunisia and Egypt, rallied against the monarchy. Those protests were largely silenced by granting East Zarbalese I don't can't move my head closer to the monitor. Ownership of some formerly annexed oil reserves. Zarbal's future remains tenuous, but King Hassan has been particularly effective at portraying the appearance of popular leadership with the people and is far more sensitive to the needs than his predecessors. We've interacted with Zarbal before in the first game. Look at the king's face here. He's having a good time. I would like to sell some processed food to you. We can export 40. And I'm willing to do that. The hope there is, yeah. We export this thing we're producing that we're not using right now, and hopefully this builds better relations with this country. We are pleased you are able to assist us with this. We will ensure our payments to your producers are timely. Let's end the call. And hopefully that will secure me some extra money. All right. Great stuff. Great stuff. I'm tempted to build another fucking nature preserve next to this one, but now I have to look at... Not you. I have to think about improving the environmental quality here to maybe increase the loyalty of my minister here, or maybe lower his loyalty. We'll see. I have 10 months to do this. One way I could do it is if I spent time flinging my budget up there in Saba with the environment. Conservation. uh-huh. 1, 2, 4, 7, 11. I may wish to also up the tourism and special events, as well as the conservation of my tourism districts, which are the green one, it's Carrick, and then the blue one over here, which is Rumai, which is... Neither of those are this one, where I'm wanting to raise the environment. How's the attractiveness over here?
I see you have discovered the attractiveness lens. Put simply, the more beautiful an area of the map is, the more tourism revenue you will receive from a hotel that is placed there. Pollution, war, and traffic create pockets of unattractiveness. Ensure your hotels are far away from any of that.
I understand. I think trying to get another hotel in here is really ambitious. But if I put like a beach resort over there, I don't know how close they have to be to each other. You know, I don't have to... They have to be near one another. How much does a hotel take to build, I ask? 60. And those take several turns to... Like, before they start, like, paying for them... Before they pay for themselves and then, you know, start making me money. So I'm still working to accrue this. Okay. 17 and 31. I think I will need to have another manufacturing plant in order to meet the goal, and hopefully the extra food I'm going to have from a farm, or 17 of them, will make that dream come true. Let's build another farm, I guess. Put it here. And then I'll build another manufacturing plant. I think I'll wait until next turn for that. I don't know whether... Like, this looks like it's going to be more than enough plastic that if I get the food, and I may just need to have another manufacturing plant to ensure that I get the sufficient amount of processed food. We'll wait a turn and see. Do I want to build another oil refinery? I have one action left. If I build another oil refinery, I won't have the actions to then negotiate it off to Zarbel. So I could do that next turn. Okay. Okay, Surveyor. Get over here. This may influence what I end up doing for this. For my last action. And when I say it may, it will. A deposit of gold? Gold. It makes the world go round. Yes. Alright. Alright. Good. Takes me a full action to train a military unit. Ugh. Wait, they just station these around all my places? Ugh. Gross. Alright. Intern. Excellency, a cadre of loyalists are proposing privatizing our prisons. They suggest this will save our administration money, but if we establish incarceration as a business with its main goal being profit, we can expect a lower standard of safety and care than we are currently providing. Furthermore, these prisons will be incentivized to keep people incarcerated rather than have them reformed and ready to enjoy society. So these are certain as opposed to possible whenever we did subsidized housing for women. I think I'm going to reject the money here. We have a duty of care for our prisoners. Though, that price tag there looks pretty tempting to me. Think of that. That's basically me having another hotel. We have a duty of care for our prisoners, you damn plutocrats. The welfare of your Karifi citizens is something that we remain concerned about. We urge you to increase their approval. Tajikistan, we have not spoken to them before, is calling me. They're concerned that our approval levels among Karifi citizens are too low. I don't really know why they care so much, but they're asking us to do right by them. Sure. Thank you. We do appreciate it. We completed an objective. We got an infantry brigade as a reward. There's apparently a rebel camp that we don't know about, as we don't know its location. So that's a thing, I guess. What do we have to improve this value to? Maybe if we call them, they'll tell. Okay. Target approval of 52% for the Karifi in 10 months. All right. I'll see what can be done. And yes, giving myself a bunch of extra food. That one manufacturing place, thankfully, is able to handle the extra. Does that take care of all of our plastic? Yeah, pretty much. Alright. So if I want to do more with that, I would want to look into more plastics. Okay. We can have as many as 4 active objectives at once. We'll have to build an intelligence camp anyway, by the sounds of things, if we want to go looking around for a rebel camp. How much does an intelligence agency cost? Our most elite sociopaths and pathological liars work here. Produces an intelligence if constructed adjacent to a foreign embassy. which also must be built next to a town. So, like, I would build an intelligence agency between two embassies, I guess. Keep it all, like, next to a town. I'd build it, like, on the outskirts out here. Amusing to myself. Yeah, this rebel camp could be anywhere. I don't know where this free infantry brigade I got could be. Because I noticed that being a prize for me. And this doesn't allow me to cycle through that. Well, tell me what, am I getting charged for one? No. Maybe that's just a potential reward for eliminating the rebel camp. Okay. I'm not getting charged for one, so I presume I do not have another one. Gotcha. Does anybody want gold? People want luxury goods. So I would take the raw gold, put it in a smelter, deliver it to a manufacturing plant. I don't know whether I'm interested in this style of video game also wanting me to handle logistical supply chain stuff. I feel as if that's not something the, like, El Presidente, Your Excellency. I can just play, like, a different video game for those kinds of logistics. Those exist. So yeah, we don't sell raw ore. We could sell it to Zarbal instead of getting it processed. The processed good is worth more, and then we could, say, establish a trade with Tajikistan. How much is that going to cost for me to even try and set up? So, the mine costs 20, the smelter costs 20, the manufacturing plant costs 40. It's something I could set up this turn. Okay. And then I could negotiate a deal, but I wouldn't know how much to negotiate. That would be a problem. I would need to pass a turn. Okay. Let's get a mine built. Mine here.
Excellency.
Oh, he got auto-warped. He's like, I can't, this is an illegal place. I can't be in here anymore. I hear you. What are you angry about? Missing road connection to a smelter that demands our product. We're working on it, okay? Smelter. And we can just build these out in the sticks. I don't know if I should be locating more industry here, since I'm ostensibly wanting to use this as a touristy place. I'd be using the employee pool here and keeping this preserved, the few employees who do live there. The smelter should provide gold bars. Okay. And we're not making any electronics at this time, so firmly focus on luxury goods. I then need to build another manufacturing plant, which will handle this. It's got to be built next to a town, so we'll say build it here. And you produce luxury goods. And we have one more action remaining. And it's not going to be to engage in a deal. Yet. I may also set up an oil refinery. I can export more oil to Zarbal, not a super lot, but hopefully enough to pay for the maintaining of this. How much does that cost me? 30. Okay, so next turn, going to be doing a lot of business, I hope. And then we can use the extra revenue from that business to try and push up some various values for things to maybe attempt to meet 2 of these objectives. Move units with unspent movement points, please. Well, I've been doing this for 2 hours. How are we feeling about Rogue State Revolution? It's a question I'll pitch to you. Oh! That's... So I did get a free infantry unit, and, we, Okay, so if I ever go to war with you, we're in position. Am I gonna start getting, like, petitions and notices like, hey, bud, can I walk through?
Excellency, that is outside of our borders. Sending the unit there may be interpreted as an act of war. Is this your intention?
So, maybe if I'm there to support my neighbor. You gotta be fucking kidding me with this. Hell, oh, wow, procedural generation, woo! It's wild! Alright. Cool. Bottom right here for civilian units with no orders assigned and military units with no orders assigned. Good. Good. Glad we found that. Good. How can that not spawn next to the fucking capital? Or a military base? How can that get thrown there? That is not a good design decision. Former General Khalid al-Alba served as King Salman's Minister of Defense during the Basenji Revolution. A notoriously cruel and dangerous man, he was presumed to have fled the country after the revolution until he was discovered this weekend living under a new identity. His fate will likely stir tensions with citizens with loyalist sentiments. We are going to have him tried for crimes against the people. We can have him quietly executed and earn 1 loyalty from military units and possibly have him oust the rule. I mean, we already have 1 rule of law. No, have him tried for crimes against the people. Why are we not able to move our units across this? Like, can we not summon any, like, number of boats? Well, obviously, Grimith, it's because you haven't built a seaport. So how could you summon any boats? And I'm gonna look at you like, really? Really? I think I need to do a research in order to build more bridges. That feels like a thing I scrolled through. No, it's toll roads, it's tunnels. We're gonna remove speed limits soon, everyone. That's gonna be great. Okay. We have some diplomacy to do. So let's get cracking on that. I have 32 luxury goods here. So let's wheel and deal. I would like to negotiate a trade arrangement with you. And I would like to sell you some oil, sir. Estimated monthly income of 8. Estimated monthly income of 19. Let's do 8. Here. And you wanted the luxury goods, so I'm going to call you to arrange that. Greetings, Excellency. My name is General Khalil Sadi Abu Jamal of Republic of Tajikistan, and I wanted to congratulate you on your recent election. I know Basenji has a grand future ahead of it, and I look forward to cooperating with you in the future on matters of mutual interest. Tajikistan is an autocratic republic that has brutally suppressed political parties and religious freedom and maintained rule with an iron fist. The country's thousands of political and religious prisoners are subject to appalling conditions and horrific torture. Tajikistan is besieged by militant religious groups focused on the overthrow of the government in power, including the TRL and USARPA. Tajikistan is consistently ranked as one of the most corrupt countries in the world, comparable to Afghanistan and Uzbekistan. Laws intended to fight corruption are in place but lack resources for enforcement. What little has been accomplished is more likely linked to power struggles between rival oligarchic groups. The judiciary, although theoretically independent, is highly dependent on the central executive, with judges appointed by the president and rubber-stamped by parliament. Partial state ownership and influence are also common as government officials use their position to promote their own business interests. This creates an environment rife with conflict of interest, and access to free media is extremely limited. It amuses me that the demand to improve the approval of the Karifi people came from this man. Let's negotiate trade. Luxury goods. We could do up to 40, but I'm not getting up to 40. I was wondering about my ability to move it. I'm going to do 32 for now. I don't want to... Yeah. Anticipated export capacity. We're just going to do 32 and go from there. We're pleased you were able to assist us with this. Like, it's possible, we may very well be able to adjust that more favorably. Like, for us, with, like, producing more luxury goods, but I don't want to... Let's not overcommit right now. We're getting 65 ore. And we take that to the smelter. And we're making... Okay. Oh. It's possible that I need to build another manufacturing plant to produce more luxury goods. We have... Perhaps the gold bars are going elsewhere. They shouldn't. We have no demand for them. Okay. Still trying to understand the video game. We're still sending out that mortar ever so slowly. Yeah, so we have a zoomed-in focus of controlling our entire military and moving that around. I can just hold you here so that you stop pinging me. And I guess I'll just hold you here where you can stop pinging me. Alright, we're only paying tariffs, so I guess there is that. Cool. We're going to be making between 45 and 75 next month. That's good. We still have some excess power. That's good. I would like to construct another thing, and I guess I'll keep this focused on the capital. That is going to consume almost all of my on-hand cash. What I'm concerned about is that I won't be able to accomplish everything that I want to without some things here. Okay. So do I want to try to complete these objectives? Yes. Environmental quality in Saba is our first step, then. Maybe we can finagle a hotel around here if we can make this pretty full enough, you know? So, environmental quality. Well, we know that public gardens will increase the environment by a little bit. That's well within my budget. We kind of construct this adjacent to a town, and we get one per town. Okay, I guess you can have this here. We're having a hard time building things in towns. We just have to build them next to towns and pray. Okay. Sure. Why not? A mysterious beast. Okay. Cool. Beautiful roads. I guess speaking of roads... A little bit of a hot spot there. Those two on the roads. Understandably hot spots. And this entire ribbon is a little bit of a hot spot. But now that we have the tech from our first run, we have been incredibly well informed about everything. I might have to bulldoze those farms in the future. In part because that one's on a cruddy space. Remove this road so that it's adjacent to the grasslands instead of on the grasslands. Yes. Yes. Okay. Am I adjusting the budget? I think I am. It's going to be my remaining action. All right. Saba. Gonna put in a good faith effort to work on the conservation to improve your environment. I gotta get up that 5, and I have several months left to do that. That's where we're gonna go for that. It's a shame that I don't have the ability to, you know, just quickly tick up everything by 1. If I wanted to just, like, tick everything up by 1. Subsidies for prosperity, public safety... Or safety scores, sure. Health, low health scores upset everyone equally. Low entertainment scores upset everyone equally. Education, and conservation. All right. Let's improve conservation in these places, because those are my touristy spaces. And then as for you, the Karifi people... Give you some subsidies. Let's give you some health. I'll just up things across the board. Look at that. Except for the conservation. I still gotta make some money in order to engage in business transactions, wheels and deals. I can't go hog wild. I need money to build shit. The rest of my places, let's do subsidies here and here to address those issues, and I guess we'll do conservation here to address issues there. 34 now. All right. Hopefully that ends up adjusting these values in a positive way for us. I end my turn. Minister Bilal was recorded backstage before an interview on Zara Live, making derogatory and offensive statements about Karifis. These recordings were circulated over the internet, and the Karifi community is furious. The minister has refused to apologize. Only we could see the minister's face right now. That is... We need to be able to see that motherfucker. We need to be able to stare and say, well, we live here now. You did this to us. This is our situation that you've chosen to make. As a reminder, this minister is our Minister of Defense. He is a guy who gives us extra options in events, I guess involving either his ministry or maybe just him in general, but he is a moron, so the research goes wild. Now, we could censure him and say he's bad. This increases our Karifi approval here in the country, but it absolutely tanks his loyalty. We're not going to be getting any defense researches done at all. We could just do nothing. That lowers Karifi approval. We also support the minister. Supporting him gets us a favor with him. It caps out our loyalty with him, so he'll research quicker, but lowers Karifi approval. Well, chat, I'll punt it to you. We'll create a little Twitch poll. We'll make this last for 1 minute. How you feeling? Censure the minister. Do nothing. Support the minister. 1 minute poll on twitch.television. You feeling a censuring? You want to increase Karifi approval? Tell our Minister of Defense to go fuck himself? We just do nothing? Don't stay active at, like, just, you know, keep on involved in the situation? Are we supporting him? These are all certain effects. These are not all possible. They are going to happen. The Karifi are an ethnic minority across our nation. They have a predominant focus in one particular region whose approval we're looking to increase to satisfy a demand from a neighbor of ours. On the other hand, a favor. I mean, that favor could be anything. That favor could be money, could be intelligence, could be pirates, could be candy. Looks like we are supporting the minister. All right. Supporting the minister wins. Crushing censure the minister and then do nothing. That single vote. Okay. The Karifi people, well, good news. We improved the environment in Saba, I guess, even though it doesn't look like we did that enough. I thought we had to take that to 5, but it's off the objective board now. Yeah, cool, great, wonderful. We take those. He's happy with our leadership, and he will research new policies faster. Excellency, I just want to thank you for taking environment quality as seriously as I do. My constituents are already seeing incremental improvements, and he rewards us with recon training. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. +1 sight range. Let's go. Tangled string with the yay. All right, now that we have some extra cash to sling around, we can invest in some other things. Like maybe setting up this whole Deus Ex Machina thing, you know? Maybe getting myself a giant stompy robot, Yes, yes. Maybe we'll cycle to rigid rule of law. Eventually. I want to keep my gray areas to slowly tick at intelligence for the moment. That's right, train. I'm also considering the Manchurian candidates. I mean, my rule of law is already atrocious. Veterans benefits quite pricey for me at the Mo. I don't have any helicopters built at this time. Let's get a Deus Ex Machina. You never know when we'll need a bipedal tank at a clandestine site. Absolutely. Work on that, my man. My man! Yeah, he is capped out on loyalty. And we do have a favor now that we can spend for 10 intelligence or 95 credit space economic health dollary dues. Everyone remains at their 50. He, the moron, finished his policy research first. So motivated by Chance decision to support him that the guy who researches slower for us. All Alright, infantry gets +1 sight range. Hooray. Maybe we'll build some infantry. I mean, we've already got a powerful infantry unit over here, as we all know. Right? Okay. Looks like the best quality farms are what give me a 55. Understood, understood, understood. Alright. So I can spend a turn to make adjustments here in Saba, but I do recall there being a punishment warning that, hey, it's going to be very unpopular for you to just flip this shit down like that after flipping it up. Kind of a dick move. The environment in our capital province has gone down. Understandably so. I've been putting a lot of industry there. So I think what I'm going to do is build a park there. That doesn't immediately help me get more money, but I want to fix the environment issues a little bit there. So let's build a lovely little prettyful garden. And we'll put it over here. Yeah. Hooray! Hopefully that can help work on that situation. We are exporting goods. That's good. Yeah. Our cities still don't need any processed food. They're not using anything but raw food. If I build another couple of farms, I can remove another one of these UN food camps. So maybe let's look at building another farm. So I was considering doing some road redesigning. Farm. Right, I need to look at the tiles. Historical site, UNESCO Heritage Site. I was wondering what the hell these were. Okay. Well, that answers that. And there's a lot of greenery here. This can be a beautiful delta for us. All right. I'm going to look at other places where I may have roads, though. That's a 90. That's not too bad. There's already a road there, next to the UN camp. That's a 90. That's next to the town, though. We may want to use that space for something else. And I talked about deleting this road and, like, restructuring all of this hell. So I can make use of this 99, 99, 99, 99, 99. Well, it's going to cost me an entire turn to do that redesign, so I may also consider other places where I'd like to build roads. What about over here? It's a 90? 90. Alright. Just trying to look at fertility. Higher numbers indicate more foods can be produced. More food can be produced on the farm. You know, just giving some thought to where I can squeak in a road. I could squeak in a road here. Yeah. Not a road. I could squeak in a farm there. Yeah, okay. Sure. I want to use the population here. Having more raw food allows me to keep up with city demand and extract these UN camps, which are having some deleterious effects we would like to take care of. I was cautioned about deleting them so many so fast, but like it's been several months. Just build a new one. Let's see. UN camp here. How about we take care of the UN camp here in this region? Yep. There it goes. Hopefully that is going to help us up here. We can dream. 45% approval here in Grimith. Hopefully that continues to improve. It's actually got my highest approval score right now of any of my regions, due to the heavy investing I'm doing to try and meet the demand. The goal would be to have me bringing up all of these ticks to 4. That would be nice. But I want to have the extra cash I'm making to spend it to take care of other activities. Maybe once I get the bonds paid off, we'll do that. I don't have a whole lot of money left after my constructioning this turn, with the 2 farms. Another deposit of gold ore. Okay. That could open us up to exporting more gold ore. What I could do, though, instead, or rather more luxury goods, what I could do, though, instead is just export the gold ore, because only one person is wanting my... Well, no, 2 people could want the luxury goods. Okay. I'd have to build an entire new supply chain for that. Okay. I need 52% for that? And it might actually be caring about the Grimith people instead of the this province containing. That makes sense. Yeah, Grimith approval would be... Yeah. Yeah, the decision to support the minister there tanked that by quite a bit. So just improving the attitudes of the people here in the Grimith region, the Grimith province, is not going to be an inherent saving of Christmas. I can always spend that favor on 95. I think I will spend that favor on 95. Yeah, let's flip that favor into money. Let's flip a favor into money. We also did successfully complete that objective, and so we have another favor. If I want even more money. The lobbyist, and I will not set up the gold mine this turn. How is this region for like farms? Well, this region doesn't have much in the way of spare population, so I don't know if I want to commit it to that. Okay. Still keeping an eye on my tourism data. 3-star hotels. I'm thinking about routing a farm, or routing roads through here to try and get adjacent to these grasslands for potential farm placements. Yeah, like if I drag a road from here, allows me to hit like 399s, and then while I'm at it, I can redesign this road to run up adjacent to this stuff. I know I've upgraded it already, so there's like a real monetary investment on it. So that's not actually pressing for me. But that is also, you know, problematic. Possibly, eventually, maybe. Okay, if I'm not going to use my final action to upgrade roads, what do I want to build? Your health issues are still prominent up there, even though I got the hospital, and I built that really early in the run. Prosperity and health. We could build a hospital in Grimith. Remove the UN camp and replace it with a hospital. Really showing a lot of love to that region. Alternatively, I can get some markets out. How much is the hospital? 38? Maybe another hospital is for the best. We might get slammed with an event of some kind. That, maybe like, well, I wish I had more hospitals. So, yeah. Give the Grimith, the province of Grimith up here a hospital, too. Is there anything that directly says, approval, besides immigrants? Religious approval? This is a religious... Yes, but I have to build this on a site where a cleric's had a religious experience? Okay. Alright. Sure. Why don't I do market, and then I can do a hospital another time. Hopefully. There's your market. Okay, that raised the prosperity up there a tick. Good, that's the end of my turn. Alright, new turn, take over. Excellency, I should remind you that next month marks the 5th anniversary of the Basenji Revolution. You will, of course, be expected to make a public statement. Are there other events you would like planned for this historic day? So, if I had a stadium, I could execute a music festival, which would increase environment quality in Basenji by wow. Guaranteed. Damn, I'd have to spend 20 credits on it. And it would also be certain to increase my entertainment in Basenji, and possibly increase liberal approval. I can hold a military parade, which is guaranteed to increase loyalty for military units, entertainment, and conservative approval, possible for that. And we can just close all businesses and hold a day of mourning for those lost. I get to save my money. I think I'm just going to take the save money here. We'll get our military unit loyalty up. Keep it moving. If we had a stadium, I would have capitalized on that. Looks like, though, that you can only have so much loyalty. And because we weren't missing any loyalty with our units, that didn't actually help us there at all. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, no, it's the research is done. We've got offshore banking done, which gives us some legal immigrant approval, some prosperity, also increases corruption, and lowers our international security. We'll pick that up. Natural resources. Citizens must have their vehicle emissions expected every 2 years, increasing environment and public safety while lowering entertainment. And development, we're removing the speed limit, folks. There are no consequences to removing the speed limits. Extra entertainment for all. Yes. Uh-huh, yes. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You'll love to see it. All right. Any things I want to do here? My ticks. We're at a spot now where we earn more with a proportional tax system than we do with the regressive tax that we were recommended. I like the idea of spending a turn to adopt that, I guess. Let's have a look at researches. So, offshore banking. I'm less concerned about pushing that money now. Looks at supernotes, grins. I did say I wanted this whistleblower hotline. recall that. Sharply lowers public safety to have a whistleblower hotline. Huh. It lowers it ostensibly as much as the Elder Workers Program. Huh. Yeah, 2 arrows down, whistleblower hotline for public safety. 2 arrows down, Elder Workers Program for public safety. Yeah, I don't want to. I'm not looking for my buildings to get corrupt so much. I'm willing to take those hits across the board. Give me that whistleblower hotline. You, for possible sustainability of things, as we are generating more power. All polluting buildings add 3 to their operating costs, but upgrading them requires no favors. Notably, when we've clicked on buildings and seen like the stuff that we could potentially do, it notes that, hey, it does require a favor spent. Maybe electronic waste recycling is pretty easy. Improves environment, also improves relations with China. I'm not gonna go ahead and grab that. And then Aziz El Kamali, who has so many options. Now that we remove speed limits with 0 consequences, I'm liking the idea of this diplomatic school. That seems pretty interesting to me. Eco-research grants. This is stuff that's pretty cheap. And seems like it could have some real value for us. Also, privacy laws. Lower. Spaceport. Doesn't look like I need tunnels, so I'm not too concerned about that. Bus fleet. Interesting to me. It does lower conservative approval, but environment, urban, and liberal goes up. I am going to take these diplomatic schools. Try to see you next year, I guess. It's been all right. I want to enjoy this game, so like I'm predisposed to want to do that. There have been some quirks and hiccups preventing me from doing that. There have been some unfortunate circumstances, and it hasn't just been the tiny font. But, I'm having a positive time. I thought you had selected the surveyor when I did this. You just looked over the surveyor, which, you know what? That's on me. We still have some more shit to survey. We've got another 3 sites. We're not in any rush to get the surveying done. No, it happens. It happens. Let's head up here to see what's going on. We'll go from there. So I have this gold ore that's currently untapped for us. We're also starting to make use of processed food in our cities. Noted. Noted. We're not exporting that much, though. Also noted. Alright. How much time do I have to wait before I say adjust things down? It's gonna be a bit. What's the approval of the Karifi people? 42%. Okay, we're probably not getting that task done because of the event that we voted on as we did. That's... You know, it happens. It happens. I think what I want to do this turn is, before I go hog wild with building a bunch of power stuff, I want to build another oil power plant. So I got the oils. I'm sure. So it's going to be a turn of industry. Industry! You'll love to see it. All right. Construction. Construction started. Oh, nuclear reactors, but we do need supply of uranium. I'm sure nothing bad would happen with that. Oil burning plant. Let's get that built here. It's on the road. Yeah, it's a fine spot. We could build it here. It depends on which places employees I want to use. We'll use them here. Okay, that should give us the power for, for future constructions, as we were brushing up near the cap. I think the next thing I want to do is set up a chain for doing stuff with the gold bars. This gold ore here that's untapped, making more gold bars, making more luxury goods. I'm able to execute all of that this turn, but I won't be able to do a deal to sell it. I could do a deal to sell the raw gold ore to Zarbel. You're also demanding processed food. I could have maybe do something with that if I've had so much excess. My cities are starting to demand some. We could say 60 instead. Sure. Keep some excess there. This is something I could have executed sooner. Oh well, done now. What kind of rate can I get on the gold ore? Well, I can't see until I actually have the damn thing built. One moment, sir. Just give me a hot minute. One little scooch of a minute. One itsy witsy teeny weeny minute. Itsy bitsy teeny weeny. Minuto. Okay. How much does this mine produce? 64. Okay. So instead of like setting up an entire extra luxury goods thing, if I just export the gold ore instead, I still can't see. All right. I won't have any report on that until next turn. Fine. Fine. It's fine. Econ, some towns are starting to demand processed food. That's okay. We have processed food. I'm glad for you. Good. Thank you for the note. You may now remove the note. Understood. I have no further questions at this time. Okay, just wanted to double check that. I'm glad they feel that way. Good. All right. Hospital? I did make mention of hospital possibilities. This region gets all kinds of love. Sure. Having hospitals scattered around. If we end up seeing a pandemic, how much was the stadium? 38. We did lose out on that. Bonus for the festivities. Let's get this hospital built. Alright. It's going to be the end of this turn. Cool. You may now move units with unspent movement points. I know there's still a Basenji Liberation Front thing out there. Like, I am still, like, thinking about that. I hope is to increase my approval of the people. Excellency, I have traced a series of bribes for illegal procurement contracts back to Minister Adad. We can leverage this information. How do you wish to proceed? Minister Adad is our former general who could die at any time, and he is heading our Department of Natural Resources. If I hide the evidence, I get a favor, no problems. if I prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law, I'm going to lose some approval in one of my regions. I am absolutely going to be gaining 2 rule of law. And I may lose loyalty with him. I think I'm going to take the favor here. I can turn the favor into money or intelligence. The rule of law is nifty, but I don't think I'm willing to risk ministerial loyalty or lowering my approval in a province at this time. So we'll hide it. Get that guaranteed favor. If that was a possible favor, I would have taken the top option because it's guaranteed. I need your assistance raising our approval with all of our citizens in Saba. Okay. Back to improving shit for Saba, huh? Well, how much do you want it improved by? The 47%. It's currently at a 38. Their health budget is, or their health is still rough, even after the hospital I built up here. Okay. Well. Moving. So it's 65 gold ore, and I'm not going to be able to export all of that. But if I call, how much can I sell this for? It looks at relationship, frowns. Stop fucking calling me! It's not gold bars, it's raw gold ore. I guess, okay. We're not anticipating we can export any of it. Okay. Is it all being sucked up into gold bars? Is it handling all that? I guess it is. Huh. Alright, I could possibly tell it to not do that. I'm willing to spend my new favor with the head of the natural resources. I can waste capture. Okay, interesting. My approval of the Karifi people is not happening. It's just not happening. Not after that event. They don't all live in Karif, and me trying to wave my hand over there like, I'll fix it. I'll definitely fix it is not. It's a nice try, but it's not all being fixed. I was just sending units across the land. Okay. Well, since you're able to process that stuff into more gold bars, we are getting more luxury goods now. That's cool. So I guess we could just negotiate this deal for more luxury goods sellings. We're selling 32? I could sell another 32? He's like, bro, you keep fucking calling. Lose this number. Alright. Great. We've worked their relationship up to be ambivalent. They don't make much in the way of demands on me. We still have this one, and we're just gonna have to accept that one, like in 6 months, it's most likely not happening. All right, with 63 money, I'm earning between 52 and 82 a month. Let's look at some needs of our people, and then nod our heads. And, build an intelligence agency. For sure. That intelligence agency costs me 60? It sure does. Alright, we can have one per country next to a town. I'm gonna build that in my capital. I don't build more cities now, Sid. I don't even have people turn into adults. The only way I get more workers is by having immigrants come in. There's no, like, you've graduated, congratulations. it don't happen. Yeah. All right, we're going to build our intelligence agency there.
In addition to improving regional public safety, the intelligence agency allows you to spend that intelligence on spies. Spies are specially designed to find rebel camps hidden in your country, and at higher levels, they can unlock more powerful abilities.
Sure. Hey, let's train an intelligence officer. Helps rapidly isolate the location of rebel training camps without having to accidentally stumble on them. So I would like be walking around my entire country trying to find these motherfuckers. So we'll train an intelligence officer. Starts as a tier 1. There was a thing that we could pick up that the Manchurian candidate that would eventually give us the opportunity to hopefully do things at tier 3. And I guess I'm going to look around. Oh, okay. I guess that does isolate it for me, huh? Okay, I guess I'll go toward the ping in the fucking mountains. I'm like, maybe I'll walk to the right of where that military, or rather that mech was. Alright, I guess I'll head in that direction. You don't move anymore. I am actually going to move. I don't have the money to build another military unit this turn, because I'm broke. I'm definitely broke. 100% broke. These things happen. I don't want to use a turn adjusting the budget. Building roads is not going to help me. I have an action. I could become less broke. I think I will become less broke. I'm going to spend another favor with Minister of Defense. I'm going to keep the guy's favor here to de-break myself. And given this, I'm thinking either infantry or mortars, or even airborne. I'm going to pick up some infantry, get some extra sight range down there. That's going to be my final action.
Excellency.
What's the best way for you to move down there? You figure it out. Yeah, it's currently 2023. We started in 2022. It's actually next to my current system clock. All right. I was thinking about taking a break, but instead what I'll end up doing is not going the full 5 hours tonight. I'm going to go into the top of the hour. We'll see how things are. I may end up skipping the poll and just play this next stream. I'm certainly interested in this. It's just, not just initial learning, but also having to read the text. Having to read tiny baby text for babies. Very tiny print size that is unkind to my eyes. That's for damn sure, and does not help for streaming purposes. Excellency. Both the police and our armed forces are deeply concerned about the risk posed by civilians 3D printing ballistic firearms. How many fucking 3D printers we got in Basenji? Without your direct intervention, we may be moving toward an age where our existing gun control mechanisms are doomed to fail. We prohibit private ownership of 3D printers, or say there's literally nothing we can do. All right. No fucking private ownership of 3D printers. There, I said it. We didn't lose any liberal approval and public safety went up. Likely, baby. Likely. All right. Good job, team. We did it. Fuck you, 3D printers. My constituents are requesting a market in the province of Carrick. My man. Market? Hell yeah, we can build a market. You got it. A market? That's the easiest fucking request we've gotten. I can afford a market. I love Absolutely. You want a market? Fuck, I might even give you 2 markets. A whole lot of space around here. I might want to use this for like a hospital than something else. They got the hotel there. Let's build you a market, right here. There's your market. Bam. Ta-da! Done. Loyalty increased. Minister favor has been earned. Excellency, I just want to thank you for building that market. My constituents from Carrick appreciate that you are addressing their needs, and we've gotten electronic waste recycling done. We are going to be operating this. We'll lose a little bit of money per term, but we'll get a tick to the environment and some relations with China. We're going to handle researching something else for you now. Ecological impact surveys. Might pick that up. Green economy is also something that I'm interested in. The prospect of being able to upgrade all these polluting buildings for no favors. Even if we do have to pay more for them. Interested in that. We can also research alternative means of generating power. Let's pick up one more thing. If I get ecological impacts, I could then take up strip mining, and it'll all balance out. I'm a genius. If I take strip mining, it balances out with electronic waste recycling, I'm sure. I'm a double genius. But, you know, that's bauxite and uranium mines, and all we got are gold right now. Take the ecological impact surveys. We're doing our part for the environment, I fucking guess. Yeah, look under your seat right now. There's a market. Holy shit. Incredible. So total approval in Saba, which is actually my worst region right now. Yeah, it's my worst region. Okay. Among the demographics, the communists enjoy me the most. Okay. Can I... No. Might be like a half gear. The first game had some punishments as well if you wanted to like quickly flip around. I can go to a market and find a unique gift for a minister. Spend 20 of treasury funds on a thoughtful gift for one of our ministers. Totally normal, glorious leader stuff. Nothing to see here. 6 month cooldown per minister. You don't want to look desperate. That's great. Do that to get folks' loyalty up so that they might research quicker for you, you know? Yeah. Might be more motivated. You're not someone I really want to get money from so much as leverage for intelligence or really just upgrade buildings using these favors. But I might, you know, get green economics and I'll have to pay ass loads more money, but maybe that's the way to go. Don't have to spend favors. Have to think about it. All right. Back you go. I need to flag you so that you may resume movement and be treated as an unmoved unit now. I want you to head off in this direction, please. Cool. We are selling 64. We're selling 95 of these now. And, we're not selling any of our normal baby food for babies. That's okay. I think I'm going to wait several more months before deleting one of these. I'll continue to follow the tutorials. Recommendation. Conduct a special investigation of a UN camp. Buildings, how's it going out here? A little bit of corruption. Got yourselves a little bit of corruption. Just, you know, just a little smooch of corruption. People trying to get what they think is theirs. Just a little teensy-weensy bit of corruption. A little as a treat. Just a little bit of grift. A little bit of grift. Okay. Give me some airborne.
Excellency, for Basenji.
Because I don't know what all's gonna be up there in the mountains. So I want to, have a variety of different things for this Basenji camp. I do pay some upkeep, but I want to have some military units anyway. Might be like a take no prisoners kind of situation. Elsewhere, China Trade Consulate, providing assistance to Chinese citizens in Basenji and connecting Basenji businesses to Chinese markets, required for uranium import deals if your relationship with China is strong. The Russian embassy, the U.S. embassy. You wanted to be built next to, like, embassies, and if I build you next to embassies, or build embassies next to you, I should get more intelligence. That's my thinking. I'm not going to be able to build 3 of them adjacent to it. I'll get 2. So, why don't we have the first one? I don't really know who's getting the love first and foremost. Let's take a look at their possible perks. Alright, so for level 1 benefits for each of these places, I need their embassy sort of thing, a like-minded relationship, a tier 2 seaport, and then a bunch of international diplomacy, or international security, or no BLF captured buildings. Okay? So long as the BLF doesn't have any of our shit. We have the international security right now. We suffer a penalty to our diplomatic influence because of me deleting a UN camp. No Karifi rights. Rule of law, pretty bad. Fast justice, intelligence, gray areas. Do not believe I can stack units. No, said. Yeah, okay. Perhaps Russia and the United States. The benefits would be allowing me to import. You would want SAMs on your level 2. You'd want 2 years without war. We'll see. You'd also 2 tier 2 airports across the board. Okie dokie. Let's just go with USA and Russia. We'll go with the old defaults. I do appreciate how there's a third influencer on the board in this game. It makes sense given China's growing prominence. Absolutely. All right, let's get ourselves a U.S. embassy right here. And ostensibly, yes, okay. Trying to look at, like, my intelligence income. Has, like, 1 chevron. I was wanting to look to confirm that was adjusting because of me building this. Anyway, I am going to build the Russian embassy. I suppose I could always look at the Basenjipedia. Might take a tick of a turn to register that this has happened, too. Basenjipedia. Intelligence agency. I wasn't trying to build it. I wanted to... Exploit an asset. All right, intelligence. You don't want to put space bars in the You don't want to put spaces in the Basenjipedia. No. No spaces in the Vicengipedia. All right. Agency. I mean, it's just this short section here anyway. All right, fine, whatever. It teaches us about units. Oh, did that ever... That's fine. Good. I guess I lay down and end my turn. Get up there, buddy. Excellency, Vicengi women are requesting financial vouchers from our government to pay for the cost of childcare. I think you should support this one, just saying. I've already provided, like, subsidized separate housing. I didn't pay anything for, but I also didn't get any benefits for. And now this? Fine. 2 a month for 12 months, we'll do it. I support this idea. Another demand. He's like, wow, you did that so fast. How about a public garden now? Well, that's pretty cheap. We can whip out a public garden in the province of Carrick. Which we'll double check to confirm is this space here. Alright, let's build a public garden. I'll build it next to this city. Note, though, that this being on the border... Well, obviously, these are also hill spaces, but I can't even build this here. I guess that's also counting as a hill space of some kind. Whatever, we'll build it here. It's like I'm trying to improve the appearance of this area. Do I get to have a third favor with them? Yes, I do. And doing that auto-completed the next policy. Love it. Ecological impact surveys. So there are some real rewards for doing the minister requests. Real rewards. That feels good. All right. Dams? Solar? I mean, we got a lot of deserts, so solar could be the way to go. There's a couple of Revars we could potentially dam. Tangled String would be very excited about dams. I only see the one river. No, there's 2. There. The larger river. I don't know what kind of power generation I should expect from that idea compared to, say, a solar... or wind. I'm interested in this green economy, though, to upgrade these resource-producing buildings without spending favors. It's the future. It's the future. I'm fine with continuing to exploit. Exploit. Researching this unlocks this policy for me, which does take a turn. And so long as I'm in that policy. So ostensibly, if I'm willing to do it, I could flip into it and then do what I want to do and then flip out of it. Maybe when I can. Unless there's a real, like, time punishment crunch for that. We can discover that. Go after this. Over anything else? I haven't found bauxite or uranium yet, and... I'm not looking to deregulate fishing, and... we got the power for now. Is there a way for me to possibly read how much power you could produce for me? Oryx population under control. I don't know what to do with that information. Employees, we still have some in this area. I'm also giving some thought to, like, where I would place these things that would require more workers, you know? Just some thoughts. Just some big things. Give me green economy. And then perhaps we'll make a decision on power. Let's walk you back. I know we spent months. Imagine needing months to traverse a map like this. Ugh. Gross, right? Gross. Alright, intelligence officer. Follow that ping. Looks at intelligence, squints.
Excellency. On our way.
This could certainly have been better located. Now I know that for any future runs I do. The fact that the units keep wanting to spawn outside of the left instead of on the road, that doesn't annoy me. I'm not annoyed by that. No. No, sir. What else can you intelligence agent officers do? So I was thinking about maybe getting another one. We'll see. Does preclude me from using my information, my intelligence to get some intel on these folks. Alright, because we have these embassies built, these folks might pay a visit to me. Isn't that lovely? 4 months to somehow find 10% approval for the from the Karifi people. We'll see about that. We'll see. Got a little bit of cash. Total approval in Saba. We're working on it. How bad was that number? 47. 8 months. Probably should build another hospital here then. Get the health up. How's our budget doing? Okay, will not be scolded for making budgetary adjustments. Cool. And I think the next region I'm going to adjust is Saba. I don't want to do like a full adjustment of everything at once, just slowly tick things up so that I can absorb the costs. I'm still paying off loans after all. Everyone getting subsidies except for my capital. It's plenty prosperous already. Safety's looking all right across the board. Yeah, confirm the changes. All right, I can adopt a new minister. Adopt a new minister. I was wondering, when it would, pop up something for me. And I thought about it a couple turns ago, and I just thought about it again, and there we are. It's strobing up there in the top left. So, I think I want to appoint a foreign minister next. I'm pretty interested in that. Justice Minister would be helpful for, say, adjusting these things like rule of law and my crime. And then citizenship, border policies would allow me to just say the Karifi rights for people. You can see how that'd be interested. Also allowing me to open up my borders. So I'm going to spend a turn on this. Give me the Minister of Foreign Affairs. If I do this, what would I do? Prioritize rule of law to remove that malice so that I'm doing better on that, perhaps? What if I didn't, do that, though? What if I did... bureaucratic policing. These all are ugh. Negligent policing. Brutal bureaucratic policing. Brutal police. Martial law. This probably does more for me. Fast justice. Buildings are 20% less likely to experience an increase in corruption in a given month, so I guess there is that. But overall corruption is up. The reason why I was thinking foreign affairs is because of the the person I think I would plug in there, providing they're qualified for it, and they sound like they're qualified for it. I don't know who I'd plug in for justice. But I think given my game state and situation, we're just starting to open up, like, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Let's grab this. More research. We'll spend 6 a month. More demands. Let's get on with it. Appoint a minister. Okay, so our 2 ministerial options are them. I cancel. It doesn't look like I lose the turn. So Medea can be either citizenship or justice. And she's the only one who qualifies for this if I want to try and fill every position. Tariq can be both justice or foreign affairs, and Nur al-Hadi can only be foreign affairs. So then I guess if I'm going to fill justice, now if I'm going to have the idea in mind of using everyone's for even more action points, then I would put Tariq in next. He is a maverick who siphons random small quantities from my treasury every turn, but upgrading buildings in his department will always be free, costing only loyalty points. Random small quantities of money to get Ministry of Justice out. Now that I know it's him I would put in that position, I'm like, ugh. What do you consider to be a small quantity of money? How many... How much economic health we talking about here, bud? I don't know what I would build here that would fit in his branch. I guess I wouldn't know that until I filled it. It's either that or I fill citizenship. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think what I might be willing to do is adopt a citizenship minister then and flip Karifi rights from non-existent to limited in an attempt to try and grab the task I've been given by one of my neighbors. Probably still keep travel bans on for now. Okay. She disappears every now and then. Approval in your home province steadily drops while you're absent. All right, welcome aboard. And for my final turn, I think I will try rights. So we have citizenship, says Jus Soli. Work visas, extended tourist visas. We're going to build a wall. And it's going to be impenetrable. It will be a real wall. We're going to have a big, fat, beautiful door right in the middle of the wall. We're going to have people come in, but they're coming in legally. You, apparently. It's construction of walls along our border. Ban immigrant voting? We drop foreigner approval, but you clearly don't care about what they think anyway. Air security upgrade. An amnesty. Every turn, settled immigrant is converted to a legal immigrant. This will upset both legal immigrants and native Basenjis. Let's grab these identity cards. It looks like it's going to be good for both Karifi approval and Basenji approval. I'm interested in that, and I will spend my final turn tick on this limited thing. Yeah. I'll do that. Okay. Non-existent to limited rights for them. It's going to lower my Basenji approval, which, you know. But hopefully the Karifi people, we'll see. It's gonna take a lot of work to boomerang them up after the event our defense minister. I don't know how many favors I can have banked with you. Since I'm getting green economy, I don't feel compelled to use them upgrading buildings, but I will spend one on intelligence. Share some rumors. We could use that to potentially train another intelligence officer. All right. I will end my turn here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take you off of automated movement. You gotta be close to the site I want you to survey. Enemies plotting. The insurgents just shoot some fucking rockets at my helicopters. The Sinji Liberation Front is actively recruiting and training militants from a network based in Banifa. We continue to monitor this network. We have a chance of infiltrating it. We may even get a shot at identifying key leaders. It's in our place to dismantle it now before it grows any further. I don't have the intelligence to attempt that. I only have most of it. We just gotta shut it down. Hey, yo. What the fuck is this?
Excellency, one of our military units has seen a reduction in morale.
I fucking bet.
Morale is hard to obtain and easy to lose. Units that take heavy losses in combat will always lose 1 morale point, so you should always seek to engage the enemy when you have a strategic advantage. Certain policies and events may reduce unit morale even further. Units with very low morale will rebel against your leadership and side with the Basenji Liberation Front.
Okay. You will only kill one of them? If you engage? Well, good to know. Bud, what is it you want? Ah! You're telling me that yes, that very important research is done. Yes, yes. Okay. I think I want to grab some other things here. Designed to destroy meteors. I might think to go after veterans benefits now, given how hard it is to obtain loyalty, and accept the fact that I'll be eating a 5 a turn cost. Yes, Basenji Liberation Front can just do some unit snatching. Will you win if I try this fight? Will that be mutually assured destruction? Will you even want to attempt? Looks like you're gonna win. And not be killed in the process. Good. There's no retaliation. They're fucking dead. You'll love to see it. You have no attack bonuses. I maybe want to keep you back for now. Now we know there is a camp, though, and they do have insurgents, and oh lord, they're out here doing some bullshit. I know you're there. Okay, I've pinpointed it to a more specific location now that I'm here. I might build like a service road out there? Like I'm playing fucking Shadow Empire. Build a fucking logistical road. I can't go through the mountains because I don't have tunnels, but like this shit, like that's gonna take me a while to get out there. I think I will do a service road, we'll call it. Yeah. Okay. I will consume a turn to build this damn road. Grimith, you're giving them a road too. Ah, well. It's there. We're going to be doing more road stuff, though. I guess. Just in case I want to do something here. We'll build this road here. For, like, potential use of this farmland. I doubt that'll happen, but I might. And then I'm going to build another road here. My money! My credits! There are some alternative routes. Could also build a road across these points here. If I'm willing to spend the money. Well, since I'm already locked into having used the action point, I think I will. But I want to build it up so that I'm not consuming these spaces near the town. Yeah, like that. There was one other road I was thinking about somewhere in here, but I'm going to hold off on that. I spent a lot of money on roads this turn. I can always bring it back up later. All right. Or hell, I can just make a small road. Like there. And then whoop, 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 whoop. Like that? Sure, like that. All right, that's way too much money spent on that. Next up, because I have a bunch of extra actions now. Give me construction of a hospital here, because I'm continuing to have health problems up here. I also want to try and get that approval going. All right, cool. I have no values that are so low as to be colored different. How are my demographics doing? Yeah, my approval of the Basenji people definitely dropped, and my approval of the Karifi people did not raise super high. And I have far more Basenji people than I do have the Karifi people. But it's the right thing to do all the way. Anyway, she's already fucking absent. I just hired her last month, and she's going out to get high. Good God, man. We have this cultural perspective down here that I didn't take a look at. It looks like I can flip these for a turn even while she's out getting a high. I don't know about being an apologist anymore. Our history is an ugly one, fraught with many atrocities. For us to heal, we must return what was stolen, pay reparations for what was lost, apologize to those who were harmed, and take ownership of the truth no matter the cost to our pride. We probably don't do revisionist, but conservationist. Our history must be carefully documented and understood in a neutral, impartial context, so that we learn from it without falling victim to an endless cycle of persecutor and persecuted. A better Basenji requires us to move forward while acknowledging the truth of the past. Sure, I'll do this. And yes, I can do that even while she's gone. Just no research flipping. Alright. My highest approval is here with Karif. That makes sense given everything I've been pouring into there for as many turns as I have. Okay, I think another thing I want to do is build another airborne. Because I definitely want to utilize that. I'm probably just going to retreat this unit entirely. I don't even want to get it close because we might run into an insurgent. Let's move you like onto the road. Yeah, let's move you over the water. You're probably safe out there. Get better. And you. I did not forget. Let's have a look around. Our final turn. Another deposit of oil. Okay. So no bauxite, no uranium for us. Yeah, though we have 2 more spots to inspect. We've got plenty of oil. Alright, oil. Yeah, lubrication. Yeah. 18 months, that's right. Okay. Well, I have to look into flipping tax out of the regressive stuff, since I know I am making more money now if I switch back to proportional. But for now, there are other concerns. These insurgents of the Uh-oh. We may lose a building. Excellency, certain extreme liberals and fundamentalists are urging families to not get their children vaccinated. They are citing fraudulent studies and selective endorsements by pseudo-intellectuals, but this poses potential public health risks if Basenji if allowed to continue. I can spend 35 of my financial bits to maybe improve education access and possibly improve health access. I could respect the rights of so-called anti-vaxxers regarding their children's health and absolutely lower health access, or forcibly immunize the children of Basenji in their schools to definitely increase health access and maybe lower liberal and religious approval. I'm going to do some forcible immunizations. We do get that religious approval lowered, not the liberal approval, though. Greetings, Excellency. Demand for oil grows in Zarbel, and we were hoping you were able to assist us. Are you able to provide us 8 every month? Yes. Sure. Thank you. We do appreciate it. I can probably do that. I probably have some spare oil laying around somewhere. She's still absent? Content with my leadership? I fucking bet. So, I'm probably having the structure taken over? Probably. Looks like I'm going to be losing 1 unit in here to do this attack. And that probably results in demise? Can't go through the mountains at all. We got this encampment discovered. Are there any others you see on the board? No. All right. If only I could leverage a free unit I got earlier. If only. You're injured. Also, this, having some real traffic issues. Understandably so. It's a busy road. A lot is being pulled in through there. Nah. Okay, that eased the pressure off on this, but obviously that's still in the damn way, so that's a problem. Looking at my scores, up there in the top right, approval is working on it. There's no... Oh, well, maybe there's a way. 6 months to get that up to 47%. Well, problem. No, that's not a problem. She's from Rumai, and you care about Sabu. Okay.
Excellency.
Okay, we found the encampment. We obviously want to deal with the encampment. These insurgents unchecked are an issue. Could build another military base, but it's the only other military base I could have. How much are military bases? If I can spot it, 50. Can build a forward base, heals units within a range of 2 tiles, so long as they're not in combat. Okay. Maybe try and push you this way? Am I going to leave the mortar out there alonesies? what's your suggested route to go beat the shit out of this? Because that's definitely what I'm going to want you to do. You figure it out. Surely if we get next to the military base, it'll be like we're next to a forward operating base, and we'll definitely heal, and everything will be great. He said, voice brimming with confidence. You only have 2 hit points, so I'm worried about them attacking, just eviscerating you, though presumably we'll see where the road takes us. Literally. Because they can't reach you to retaliate. And hopefully that one dude can't kill you both, and we'll go from there. Alright, we're seeing some activity now. We're doing some shit. We specialize in eliminating infantry from a distance. Now, there could be even more stuff that comes pouring out there. It's a good thing that I started sending shit when I did. Because they're taking action. Give me another mortar. And, see you soon. All right. All right, let's say I was trying to continue to increase my public approval in Sabu. Let's say I was trying to do that, in theory. Thinking about other structures. That China Trading Company. We've got plenty of power. My lowest on. Already got a hospital built over here. We can do a market. They're pretty low on employees. We're basically just using their employees for, like, public services for themselves, which, that stuff happens. Alright. Market. Here's to hoping that continuing to improve the conditions there will, resolve their approval. Communists here have, been lowering in their approval in recent times, as I have been improving the values, particularly health here. That's 16 bucks, so I'm not going to be doing much more with my time or turns. So I think what I'm going to do is spend an action point. Can I spend an action point to be able to make you attack twice? It doesn't say you're allowed to make a second attack. So I'm thinking not. Also noting that promoting any of these units costs a favor point. That's now I know things I can do with the Minister of Defense's favor points instead of cashing them in for money. Though we definitely did make good use of that money. Stop moving. Stop wanting to do that. Yes, we have discovered a BLF encampment. Agreed. Sure, let's, concerned about exposing you, so I'm going to spend a point here with this airborne unit to get it closer. And then I'm going to spend a point here with this armor unit to get it closer. And then I guess we could do an experiment with this mortar unit. There's no other deals I am looking to arrange or organize or another... I'm close to having an issue with processed food. Yeah, I am glad for the addition. that I made. Good job, me. Alright. I'm actually able on this screen with the mouse overs to see like how tapped my smelters and my manufacturing plants are. That's a good addition. It's good. Cool. So I could continue my one exotic goods manufacturing plant could keep making more exotic goods, but the next thing I would need there is a smelter. Here, if I want to have more processed food, I definitely need another plastics factory, and I have so much oil that's being unused. Now that I'm understanding well, I mean, there's a bunch of that also going to the power plants. Let's not get fucking carried away here. let's not get carried away here, okay? Yeah, I probably would build another oil refinery for another plastic factory, another manufacturing plant making processed food to supply my cities with more processed food as their demand is growing. As we're pretty close to how much I am able to provide, and I'm also exporting too. Okay. I don't have the credits this turn to take action on that. A lot of money has been committed in various positions and situations. The hiring of a new unit, so on and so forth. I'd probably hold off on bulldozing another UN camp until I build a couple more farms. I got places where I can do that now. Depending on what workforce I want to use. We have the most workforce in the capital still, but I think this is going to be the region where I concentrate my industry. My manufacturing centers and so forth. Okay. Right, back to this. What to do an experiment. If I give you an extra turn, can you make another attack? No. An extra turn, as I predicted, does not give you an extra attack. Well, what I can do then is retreat you outside of range of the insurgent. If we lose the gold mine, then we lose a gold mine. But let's pull you back so that you're not at risk of being booped, you know? Because you don't have to be booped. Cool. Alright. And ostensibly, like, the armor can just handle this, but there could be another unit cycling around here to the left. And hopefully you kids can handle what comes your way, though you are injured. Oh, we'll see what happens. You have been unspent. There's 2 more things for you to survey. Let's hit up the one over here. That could be a lovely mine for us. Maybe some bauxite. So we're not getting that from anything. And if I don't get any bauxite, I'm going to have to either import it to make household appliances or import the household appliances. The same is true for the electronic supply chain. I may very well need to decommit as well from all the luxury gooding I'm doing, you know? So much of my gold is currently going into them luxuries. Luxuries. Okay, learning more about the game. I have hit a 4-hour mark. I did say I was considering ending the broadcast sooner, but I'm interested in seeing if I can end this BF LF encampment. We are still within my 5-hour window of the time I like to broadcast. Let's go. Maybe my new minister will return. So you take that over? No, you're heading down the road. I have lost vision of you. Illegal immigrants migrating. A UN human rights organization is requesting to send a team of observers to Basenji to assess the state of our democracy. In particular, they are interested in investigating allegations of corruption, the treatment of prisoners, and the potential for vote tampering. I will permit them access. It's possible I will lose 2 rule of law in doing so. I did not. I got some diplomatic influence. for that. A constituents are requesting a nature preserve in the province of Banifa. Maybe. Maybe. That is very expensive. And also, there we go. The first person wanting electronic supply. We were just talking about that. I was just talking about that. Maybe. Understood.
Excellency, sometimes things are so bad in our neighboring countries that people want to escape and find new homes here. We can set how many immigrants we receive every month by talking to our neighbors and selecting set immigration quota.
Okay.
Legal immigrants are much like any other citizen. They pay taxes, demand goods, and contribute to our workforce. But they also have some loyalties to the countries they hail from. If our relationship with those countries sour, so will our relationship with those citizens.
Okay.
Illegal immigrants, like those you see here, do not pay taxes, but they do demand goods and contribute to our workforce. If you let them stay, conservative citizens will disapprove and blame you. If you use your military forces to turn them away, liberal citizens will disapprove and blame you. Allow legal immigrants in, and you had better maintain positive relations with the countries they come from. If illegal immigrants come to Basenji, however, you are destined to anger a segment of your population, no matter how you handle them.
Great. Okay, so we got our first illegal immigrants coming in from our glorious northern neighbor with whom we have a great relationship. Well, it is a good relationship. I'm also noticing over here that when Zarbel asked me for more oil, you know, I didn't handle that. So let's call them and current export quantity 0. Our trade agreement up to 40. Oh. Okay, that is a... Yes, all of my stuff is being used in other things, and I'm only exporting 51. Right. Reading. Again, was not expecting to have to deal with logistical supply chains in this video game. Traffic congestion is contributing to pollution and unhappiness in Banifa. Some towns are starting to demand consumer electronics. Some towns are starting to demand luxury goods. Okay. All right, so my cool trade agreements, I'm not punished for exporting less than that. All right, that's good intel for me to get. I could just negotiate as high as I want to go then, ostensibly. In theory, theoretically. All right. Let's take a look at this traffic map. You are... Okay. Let's walk you out here. Presumably we'll get some vision on this guy. Yes. Get out of here, insurgent.
Yes.
Excellency. Excellency.
Thought you'd get over here a bit quicker, bud.
Excellency. On our way.
Hopefully I'm not running my face headfirst into some insurgents. Okay, we got the encampment. Cool. Limited to rebel camp. It's been done. I don't know if there's anyone else out here. So I am going to double check on that by not immediately running everyone away this turn. I'm going to move my armor down. Because there could have been another unit that's still in this area, and it doesn't look like that's the case. We'll keep the mortars behind the armor. Hopefully this is enough force for us to be able to resolve any situation that pops up. The airborne unit is slowly healing. But understandably, that loyalty is very hard to raise. Oh. We're over the settlement. this group of folks so we can actually get a sense of approval from people. Okay, now that that's been addressed. Construction. Oil refinery. Right here. I should take care of our oil exporting situation. Hell yeah. The oil will flow. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, yum, eat 'em up. My fucking minister. Unbelievable. The moment I hire her, she's like, oops, I gotta go now, bye. Well, thanks for hiring me. See ya. I'm like, you get back here. There's research I need to do. Bye. What the fuck? Lady? Yeah, she's a functioning addict, we've been told. She's definitely functioning, all right. That's Saba approval. Oh, that's not... Just ain't happening. Okay. So I got that built. I think I got enough to build a farm. E-I-E-I-O. Construction. Agriculture. I do have enough to build a farm. E-I-E-I-O. Cool. Let's build that farm here. Like so. All right. And should get us some more food. But of course, if I want to resolve the processed food supply chain, plastics factory, manufacturing plant, and then this... I think I'm going to have to call my friends in Kalshara. They do export bauxite, so I could just get the bauxite and then set up the entire infrastructure to build the consumer electronics myself, and then perhaps sell my access to one of the other two. You know, that's nothing like new, the concept of that. For, Carmine. There's nothing new for that, with that. But, lost my train of thought. And then plenty of games where I imported raw goods, handled the converting of them, and then exported the processed goods. Caesar 3 comes to mind. Did that plenty. What would it cost me to import? Reminder, Excellency, that import agreements don't demand anything of our treasury. The cost of importing goods is borne by the public, and the only negative impact is we will deny ourselves the income that comes with producing these... Oh my god. Huh? I like this. This is good. Hooray! All right. Cool. Cool. Great. Wonderful. Delightful. This is a good thing. Okay. I mean, I don't get money from like the goods being purchased locally. They're giving that money to Kalshara instead, but I'm also like, because I'm thinking about the cost of what it would take to set up the supply chain, right? Like, my gold is currently tied up in luxury goods. All of it. I might find another gold mine. Maybe I don't. Maybe I stop making luxury goods. Maybe go fuck yourself. Maybe I... Because I had to set up another manufacturing plant to handle, like, making the electronic goods. This could be another gold mine up here that I'm going to. It could be a bauxite mine. It could also be nothing, we've been told. It's not guaranteed to be anything there. So, bauxite mine. Say it's a bauxite mine. We set up a smelter. Yeah? Then we take some of the gold that we got going into gold bars, which is already being handled. So we just take some of those gold bars, we throw them into a manufacturing plant. So we just smelt the bauxite, and then at a new manufacturing plant, we get our electronics. right, Bobo. But if it's another gold mine, then I'm really looking to, like, do the raw bauxite. And keep in mind, I only have so much workforce. We have been informed that your population does not grow or graduate. Children do not become adults who enter the workforce. If you want any more workforce, you have to have immigrants. The game has told us this. So, you know, once we've spent these workers, they are they are allocated in things. Okay. Damn, my approval rating is rough, given what I've been doing here. I feel like I've been putting in good work for the stuff for the people. Been in power for a year. Commodity price is fluctuating, so yeah. They're willing to ship me up to 120? So, like... sounds fine to me. I'm just wanting to have this not be a fucking problem. Instead of, like, trying to set up an entire, like, supply chain. Yeah, sure, we're great friends. Import them in. Cool. That consumes one of my turn time units. Whatever. Get the consumer electronics you need, my friends. Get the consumer electronics you need. I'm broke. So what am I doing with my remaining two turns? I think one of them is going to be spent to expedite the surveyor, who has been on a great odyssey across this country. This one surveyor team. It still won't get him there in time. Leaves me with one action point remaining. Oh, we can promote him. Minister National Resources. That would make him Tier 3. When prospecting after all resource deposits are surveyed, can potentially find a resource that otherwise does not already exist in Basenji. That's right, I remember reading about that. We do have 2 favor points. I will spend one of them on this. We're going to promote him to Tier 3, because after I'm done doing this stuff, we got him to be Tier 2 promoted for free. Only assured resource deposit. Okay, that must be the Tier 2 perk. He started off at Tier 2 as opposed to Tier 1 because of our minister, which means that we didn't waste our time with question marks that turned into not things. So every question mark we do see is guaranteed to be a thing. That's nice. I like that. I like you being there. That was good. Try not to die. He has poor health. He could die at any time or not die at all. It's a huge swing. Very... very conflicting situation. Okay. So, a Karifi approval in Basenji, that's not happening thanks to the ministerial event. Total approval in Saba, maybe. Oil exports to Zarbal, hopefully that's taken care of next turn. Nature Preserve in Banfa, I'm gonna need 60 bucks for that? Yeah, 60 bucks. That's the home province. Yeah, okay, yeah, fine. We'll see what we can do. It's the unit who wants to move. No, you don't need to move. You're good. I don't know where I'm going to station you, but you don't need to go anywhere. I'll move you though, since you're feeling lonely. There you go. We have to apparently keep military units stationed around because the BLF could pop out at any moment, or, you know, wars could pop out at any moment. We pay money to maintain the army. We're paying 5? Oh. I still have an action point left, right? I like that. The game's like, hey, bud, you got an action point left. You want to adjust something? Sure. Let's check to see whether there is another insurgent hiding down here. Well, if they are, they would be in that very little sliver of space. I'm feeling good about it. Next turn. Just fucking blows up. Oh yeah, I had those guys routing down. Legal immigrants migrating. Representatives from rural parts of Grimith have asked to speak to you about the rising cost of fresh water access in the province. My money! My nature preserve! Alright, we'll subsidize freshwater access to those rural communities. Fine. My nature preserve money! We are disturbed by how Karifi citizens are treated in Basenji. Again, funny that it's this guy, based on what we read of the Tajikistan blurb. And hey, we did successfully get the oil exported again. You're welcome. So, in diplomacy, that lowered our relationship to poor with Tajikistan. We now have a polite relationship with Zarbal. So we can expect to see more demands in Tajikistan, though we already were labeled as frequent demands, limited imports and exports. Okay, that's fine. Improved our relationships there. We were very friendly with Kalshara. I think what I'm interested in doing is setting an immigration quota. Establish how many immigrants will be permitted to arrive legally every year. If the demand exceeds the number of permitted immigrants, some may attempt to cross the border and settle in our cities illegally. We're friendly. Factors better quality of life in Kalshara, better quality of life in Tajikistan. Anticipated illegal immigrants. Okay. We could just authorize all the visas. So, okay, we might very well have some folks leave us. Yeah. Have some folks who come across the road. That's going to stop more illegal immigrants. We already have, like, one. And I know that there's, like, an amnesty policy that we might get around to passing. But, I anticipate, barring event hell. Barring event hell. That everything is going to be great with Kalashara. That might be hard to read for you because of the tiny font. Rest assured, it's hard for me to read, too. Sure. Full access. I'm feeling it. Cool. I'll use that time on that. Alright. Yes, most of my money that I gained last turn... She's back! Was used for the water. So that I'm not able to afford the nature preserve. It's nice to see you again! Oh, you're content with my leadership, huh? At least her ministry operates with zero cost, right? The Ministry of Citizenship. Fucking it. Vanish for a few turns occasionally. Moment I hire her. Hey, identity cards, though. It looks like that still got progress, even while she was, out. That's good. Alright, we'll go to the end of this turn. And then I will end our broadcast. What do we win? What do we win? What do we win? Gold ore. Okay. Gold. Lots and lots of motherfucking gold. Oodles and oodles of fucking gold. And this, we'll see what this yields. Possibly more oil. Possibly. Oil and gold. My God. It's gold and gold. Just different colors of gold. Incredible. You like gold? I like gold. How about more gold? Have you considered more gold? Thinking about more gold? I think I could do with some more gold. Yeah, more gold. More gold sounds good. More some gold sound good for you? Yeah, more gold sounds good. How about gold? Thought about gold? Yeah, let's gold. I'm gonna remove this UN. Get out of here, UN camp. We got the food. Just bulldoze over there. We're supplying food to our people. We no longer require your services. Gold? Have you thought about gold? Maybe gold. Consider gold.
Excellency.
Let's keep you two together, I guess. You really fuck up infantry units. Hopefully the Basenji Liberation Front doesn't get airplanes or some shit, right? That's probably fine. We'll let an infantry unit hang out with you as well. Anything else on the ping? Doesn't look like it. All right. Good. 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 Yes. Good. 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 You may stay. You know, I'll send you over here as well. Even stash you in a city. Never know when we'll need your services over there. We can always whack out another intelligence officer as the situation warrants. All right, you kids have your schedule moved. You want to have some airborne hang out with you too? Yeah, we're just gonna really staff that area. We're gonna trust our border over here for now, he said, chuckling nervously. Okay, and then I'll put you, like, up here, maybe? Let me tell you, this border here is perfectly taken care of, he said.
Excellency.
Snarling. All right. You haven't moved. Your loyalty's still roughed up, given, you know, the heavy attack you took from the insurgents. Curse you, fog of war. Curse you, enemies coming out there to pick on me. Why don't you go get inspired? Or something. Just hold. Corrupted. Extended periods of low loyalty have increased the upkeep cost of this unit by 2. But I might be tempted to just fucking dismiss you. Like, it costs me 25 to hire you, but if I leave you sitting around for enough turns, you're gonna eventually cost me more than it would take for just me to send you to hell. Maybe you need to go hang out with El Presidente. Alright, now what the hell do I do with my actions? What's the problem where I'm just too broke and I have so many actions? It's like, I don't know. What do I do with them? Like, I don't want to build more stuff right now. Do I want to change my policies? I know I want to flip to green economy once that research is done. That's going to really eat into my money. But hopefully I can embrace doing some converting in my... Well, I will need the... I'll have to save up for that. Hold that thought. I want to flip the stewardship? Nah. How about here? What have you been doing, bud? What have you been up to? This would lower our traffic congestion. We're apparently having an issue with that. Basenji Net lowers entertainment values. But think of the intelligence. Access to the global internet's forbidden. Not really having an issue. We could regulate the internet. Do I want to spend a turn on that? Nationalized health? Yeah, okay, I'm fine with that. Yeah. It improves people's healthcare access. I like that. How about education? What would I like to adjust here? I think I will flip to a nationalistic education. That improves our education access. And that's low. It removes my rural approval that I'm getting from this. Takes up my conservative approval. We're going to have diplomatic schools pretty soon. Yeah, I'll spend a turn on this. It's cost me a bit more. Not made of money. Sure. Let's do that. Nationalistic educations for everyone. Hooray. We'll see if he hot swaps off anything, because he can. He's cunning. He might flip any of this shit when he sees fit. The dick. Fiscal responsibility stops me from losing money, but increases my congestion. I don't need to do anything else here. Defense, clap, clap. Intelligence, I want to authorize the use of torture? That takes care of the rule of law problem and saves me the money. Defeating a rebel unit increases intel by 3. Again, a thing that I might wanted to have flipped into when I was defeating those rebel units. Or go into a rigid rule of law now. Lowers my international security. Kind of like that. I kind of like that, you know? I'm also liking the intel I'm getting from that. Maybe not you. How about you? That's right. This. We're going back to a proportional tax system. I don't think we're doing progressive tax system. This gets me more money a turn. The tutorial prompted me to flip to this, and at the time it was making me more money. Proportional taxes, baby. There we go. And you, I don't think I'm opening borders. We already have our limited on. Cultural perspective, I already flipped this to conservationist. I don't feel the need to do anything else. I still have one action left. I want to adjust the budget. Not down. I could go up in a different region. Might be time for me to improve the capital province. Sure. Though, access to education shit's not an issue we're having. Let's confirm the change there. Alright, that's the end of my turn. Hopefully I don't have to replay through my damn turn when I pack it up. Because I am packing it up. We're going to the main menu. Main menu, me please. Don't worry, we'll keep everything as you left it, Excellency. Come back soon. We need your leadership. Please don't go. The drones need you. They look up to you. Alright. That was a few hours of rogue state revolution.